أسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير جميعا ضمن فعاليات المؤتمر الدولي الافتراضي Realities, Experiences, Remedies in Teaching, Literature and Translation in the light of Corona virus pandemic. نحن الآن في اليوم الرابع واليوم الأخير. We've been going through this very distinguished conference with distinguished colleagues from all over the world and participants. On the first day, we had the opening ceremony along with certain keynote speakers from different kind of the world. And in the second and third day, we continue to have other keynote speakers and other papers. For today, we have two parts. In the first part, Dr. Jabir Abu Shawish will be the chair of the first session, presenting 6 or 7 papers for today. And then the second session will have only 2 papers. And after that, inshallah, we will start the closing ceremony. A speech will be given by the head of the organizing committee, Professor Abdul Rauf Khrewish, followed by recommendations by Dr. Wissam Al-Shawa. Then the president of the conference will give his speech. And finally, after the instance of Dr. Sohaib and Dr. Karim and Dr. Yusuf, I will say the final words in this conference. Thank you very much for being with us today and for the past 3 days. Wish you all the best, and I give the floor for Dr. Jabir to start the first session. Thank you so much. أشكركم جزيل الشكر وأسعد الله مساءكم، وإن شاء الله يكون هذا اليوم تتويج لعملنا خلال أيام المؤتمر السابقة. كل التحية لجميع الزملاء من جميع الجهات، الدكتور أحمد ماهر، محسن الهاملي، وطاقم القدس المفتوحة، والشكر موصول دائما وابدا للمركز الديمقراطي العربي الراعي الرسمي لهذا المؤتمر ممثل بالدكتور صاحب والدكتور كريم، بارك الله فيهم وحفظهم. وتحياتنا لاخونا الدكتور يوسف رئيس المؤتمر وجميع الاخوان المشاركين جامعه طرابلس وجامعه الموصل وجميع الجامعات العربيه والعالميه. على بركه الله نبدا. تفضل دكتور جابر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله ومن والاه. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا بما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا واجعل علمنا حجة لنا لا حجة علينا. اللهم آمين. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most compassionate, we start our session, the first session for today. So the first session will be related to technology, and basically it is on, it is on it will be like divided into 2 sessions, supporting online resources and the new learning technologies under Corona and under coronavirus atmosphere, and developing e-learning courses and instructional design. And for sure, we will have like 6 to 7 articles or research papers presented. And actually this depends. So before I start and give the chance for the presenters, let me seize the opportunity and welcome everybody, all with their names and their titles. So you are most welcome for this session in this world and global conference. I'm actually glad to be with you. So I'm sorry not to mention the names, but all of you are honorable and respectful personalities. So you are most welcome for this session. Let me start just giving a preface or an introduction about, the theme here. We see that the COVID-19 pandemic is quickly demonstrating online education. And that is why online education should be a vital part of teaching and learning. So by integrating technology into existing curricula and not only using it as a crisis management tool, teachers can adopt online learning as a powerful educational tool. So the effective use of digital learning tools inside and outside the classrooms can increase students' engagement, help teachers improve their lesson plans, facilitate personalized learning, as well as helps students building essential 21st century skills. Virtual classrooms, videos, augmented realities, robots, and other technologies do not only make the class more lively, but also they create more inclusive learning environments. They foster collaboration and exploration, and they enable teachers to collect data about the students' performance. Still, it is important to note that technology is a tool used in education and not an end by itself. And this is actually a very important note. Now, there are lots of benefits for technology in education, since it makes, the process or the access to information easy. It accelerates learning as well. It makes or adds fun to the learning process and enables the students to explore new subjects and deepen the understanding. There are many others, like increasing collaboration and communication, personalizing learning opportunity, arousing learners' curiosity and engaging them in content, improving teachers' productivity and efficiency. However, despite these facts, I'm not propagating technology or instructional technology, but those are facts. Why? Because we used them since a long time at Al-Quds Open University as, solutions for some of the distance problems and the geographical problems. However, technology has its drawbacks, and this was clear actually in day two. There was a guy called Mr. Muhammad al-Mahroug from Mascara, Libya, on day two, who talked about the challenges of using, technologies or instructional technologies. I'm not gonna repeat what he said because we can have access to his paper in a way or another. Now to sum up what I say and what he says and what others says, I can just sum up this in one sentence. That is, technology is not always the best friend. So aware, technology is not always the best friend. Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, dear honorable guests, dear respectful scholars and followers, to our first session for today, July the 9th, day 4 of the conference. And the session will be, as I mentioned before, supporting online resources and new learning technologies under coronavirus atmosphere and developing learning, e-learning courses and instructional design. And as I mentioned also, for those who joined us later, we will have like 6 to 7 papers. And those papers are from various countries, namely from Libya, Algeria, Palestine, and Japan. Okay, I'm not sure if Mr. John Blake is with us in this session. Is he there? Mr. John Blake, is he is he attending the session? I don't think so.
Dr. Jaber, in fact, we wanted just to give another chance to Dr. John since his timing yesterday was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And
That,
since
that
he's
is
not
why.
available,
That is why. So I'm
thank
sorry.
you. Thank you.
I did have permission from Dr. Ahmed and his colleague actually, and I did provide offer, you know, the excuse. Yeah, so Dr. John Blake wasn't able to present yesterday, so we prefer to give him chance, if you do not mind, Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Nadia.
Is he available? Is he available,
Is he
Dr.
there?
Jaber?
I'm not sure.
No, he is not available. He is
He's not
with us.
available. So
okay, then carry on, Dr. Jaber. Let's go with.
Good. So I will move on. I will move on according to the schedule or to the scheduled papers. And the first one.
Dr. Jaber, أعتقد John Blake's paper is recorded.
Actually, I didn't receive any. But so in this case, if it is recorded, we can.
That's what I understood.
We can have another chance. زي ما بقولوا الحي أبقى من الميت. So the lively will have the chance first.
Okay, carry on, Dr. Jaber. Dr. Jaber, yes, carry on, please.
So, thank you. So the first paper will be presented by Mr. Dr. Ahmed, right?
Dr. Nadia
Ahmed Maher Awad.
Dr. Nadia Nusayr.
And Dr. Nadia Nusayr. And actually their paper is integrated, titled Integrating Multimedia and Technology in Open and Distance Education at Libya Open University. So before I give you the floor, just in a few words, I'm gonna introduce both of the scholars. Who is Dr. Ahmed Maher? Dr. Ahmed Maher.
Dr. Jaber, kindly present them as they are mentioned in the paper. Dr. Nadia and Dr. Ahmed Maher, please.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so does it make difference? Okay, so Dr. Nadia Nusayr is an assistant professor in TESOL and educational technology in the English language department at University of Tripoli, Libya. She earned her PhD in language, literacy, and technology from College of Education, Washington State University. Her research interests include e-learning, computer-assisted language learning, TESOL, TEFL, critical discourse analysis, professional development, and educational technology. She's also CELTA certified and has a long experience in teaching English both in Libya and the United States of America for over than 15 years. Dr. Nusayr is the executive manager of TESOL Libya Tripoli. Now, Dr. Ahmed is from Egypt and currently working as a lecturer and advisor in the Department of English, Faculty of Education at University of Tripoli, Libya. He has been teaching for more than 12 years. He has received his Master of Arts in Linguistics and English Studies from University of Science, Malaysia, and holds CELTA certificates. He is executive assistant manager of TESOL. Yeah, this is why it makes difference. So he is the assistant for Dr. Nadia in Libya Tripoli branch, and practiced in organizing different local and international events. He was the co-chair of the first International Libya TESOL Conference on engaging young learners in Libya. He aspires to integrate technology in teaching English in Libya. His research interests include educational, technology, TEFL, and TESOL. Most welcome, Dr. Nadia and Dr. Ahmed. So the floor is yours. And just a gentle reminder, only 15 minutes are granted or are given for each paper, not each speaker, each paper. So thank you very much. The floor is yours, Dr. Nadia. Dr. Nadia. Yeah, she's there. So please, Dr. Nadia, the mic. Will you unmute the mic, please?
Done, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, hi.
Hi, how are you? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salam, everyone. Hello from Tripoli, Libya. And greetings to everyone in the conference, including all the committees. And I would like to start with thanking Dr. Yusuf Omar, being the chair of the conference, and all the committees, the preparatory, the scientific, the honored, all the attendees and the delegates of the conference. And thank you for having me as part of this conference. My topic is about integrating multimedia or multimedia and technology in open and distance education in Libya Open University. And I'll share my PowerPoint if possible. Done.
Okay, clear. Yeah, we can see it. Yep.
And okay, what should I do?
Go ahead, just go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me.
So
Okay.
you can click on the slides. Yeah.
Just I'll try to share it once again later. But so the topic here is integrating multimedia, and it will be divided into the introduction and the history of integrating the historical overview of I'm sorry, I have to, of multimedia in Libya Open University, and then the applications that that are used in open and distant education, like multimedia applications in general, and then the case of Libya, like what's going on with the Libyan University applying those or using or utilizing those applications. So first of all, I'll start with defining media in general. Media is anything like print, digital, electronic, any means that could be used for communication. And the multimedia applications are collection of the text, the graphics, the arts, sounds, animations, videos, and all the other resources that are used by the teachers and the students to communicate for the sake of education, or inside in the process of teaching and learning. Multimedia or multimedia or technical media, they're different terms to the same concept. They play a potential role in delivering like large quantities of material, and they are utilized normally in open education. So for those kinds of multimedia applications, they can be either non-interactive, which means they'll be used from one side, the learner only without communicating with others, or they can be interactive, which is Web 2. I mean, where they can study and interact with others, get feedback and communication with others. I'll just, yeah. So, and regarding like general idea or general introduction about using multimedia in education, there are different tools in multimedia that are normally or that they have been used in open and distant education, and they turn to be kind of crucial of the material to be used. because, you know, based on all the circumstances or the advancements, we cannot stick just to traditional ways of learning. So they provide educational resources for teachers and for students alike, especially with the open education and in open universities. And the process of learning and of teaching and learning, and they enhance the learning outcome. So what's the situation in Libya? So in Libya, what happens is that distance education started in Libya in the 1960s. They just to give kind of opportunity to those people who cannot go to school. I mean, those who work or those who have their like family circumstances and they cannot join school, which is an intisab, nidam al-intisab. So it was not, the style of distance education in Libya was kind of, the learners have to utilize autonomous learning. They can study by themselves and they would come to the final exams, so join exams only at the end of the year, but they will be following the same rules of the school or the university they study with. Can I try again? Like, can I try again sharing my screen? Hello?
Yeah, I guess your screen is shared here.
It's shared.
Yeah,
احنا
already
شايفين screen.
Yeah, it is already shared.
Oh, no, oh, okay, it's shared. Oh my goodness.
It doesn't
okay,
appear. It doesn't appear for you, but it appears for everybody there.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'll go for the display
So feel
mode
free.
then.
Open the
Okay.
slide, Nadia.
Oh my God. And I thought, yeah, okay. So let me go to the display mode here. Okay, that's way better. And then
Yes, هيك تمام.
good.
تفضل.
So in the Open University, as I mentioned, it starts in the 60s in Libya, and then the first time that educational multimedia was used in Libya, it was in 70s, and they utilized the television. So they started broadcasting kind of recorded audiovisual lessons to cover curricula, especially for the high school diploma, like the last year of the high school, in order to help students to study. And the goal was just to enhance the learning outcome and to encourage people to use their books. And just because the material of the high schools by then were super difficult, like especially for the chemistry, physics, and math. Okay. Okay, so, and then, the usage of multimedia transferred to the university after that in 1967, which is the year that the Open University started. And it started just because the number of students who were applying for distance education were too many. I mean, there were many people who wanted to keep working, but at the same time, they wanted to continue their education. So the Minister of Education decided to shift the open and distance education in Libya from all the different universities and just to focus them in one university, which is the Open University. And now I'll give you kind of some examples of the multimedia. That part was worked by Dr. Ahmed of the research, but I just go through it fast. And if you want, Ahmed, do you want to talk about them? And I'll just move the slides.
Carry on, Dr. Nadia. Yes, you can carry on, no problem.
Okay, so first of all, we have the computer-assisted learning, which is kind of using CD-ROMs. And then it was used, it was mainly utilized to enhance, to motivate and encourage students to study and to kind of retrieve their prior knowledge and to follow the modern way of teaching using technology. Then we have computer-mediated conference, which will allow like communication either synchronous or asynchronous. So it can be at the same time you follow a kind of a video conference the way we do it right now, or it can be asynchronous where you can watch it later. And then the examples of the computer-mediated conferences are Google Classrooms and WhatsApp too. And then we have video recorders. So videos also were are considered to be digitally like the contact is transferred to be digital content, and where you can have the sound, the audio part, and the motion. So it's the visual and audio at the same time. And it can be presented as presentations, as animated films, and it's used. It has got a great effect on enhancing education because of its kind of positive effects on memorization, motivation, enhancing the learning attitude of the learners. They would be more kind of into education, and visualizing, which is good for those kind of people who learn a lot by visual like aids.
Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. Nadia, but time is not always the best friend, by the way. So still you have 5 minutes. So will you just go a little bit rapidly for?
I will. So I will just enumerate the rest of the multimedia. We have the CD-ROM material. We have television, educational television, video conferencing at the same time, and internet engines using the different browsers. And I'll be kind of summarizing the case of Libya. So what happened in Libya is that the Open University, when it started, they had their own material, the courses, the syllabus, everything, the syllabi, everything arranged, and the students were asked to pick them or print them out to use. And we have a main website for the university, and students and teachers use Facebook tools, but they could not really integrate very like advanced or kind of well-organized distance and open education for the students, unfortunately. And LMS, which are the learning management system tools, were not used at all, like Canvas and Moodle and the other ones, to keep the material. And then, so the formal website is mainly used as a resource for students, not for education, but mainly to kind of get the information, register, enroll for classes, and that's it. Other like tools, actual teaching and learning tools were not utilized at all. And then, so what the students, so students get to know about the courses, the material assigned for them, everything, and they have to study by themselves. They have to rely on self-study. Social media is mainly used for communication purposes only. And then later in 2018, one of the professors in the Open University called Dr. Yusuf Al-Basir started a very good move. He used or utilized Google apps, and that was even before Corona. And he was good. He was doing a great job, but the problem is that he was working individually. There was no support for him, and the classes that he started were not kind of integrated in a very organized way, because it needs a team, like work with the group, but he was working individually, being the head of the department then. And then other attempts here were done just to keep the material, which is using Google Drive. Google Drive was used just to archive all the courses and the material of the courses, but no classes were given actually to the students. Now, finally, in 2020, Telegram started to be used in the form of the channel, Telegram channel and Telegram group. And the good about the Telegram group and channel is that the communication got to reach the point of education, because videos were uploaded, PowerPoints, but it was mainly kind of interaction between students and between volunteers who wanted to teach. So it was not organized by the university itself. We wish we can have the same program that Al-Quds Open University have. It's fantastic. They're doing a great job, actually. Okay, that's we're just I'll have 1 minute to finish. So in 2021, TESOL Libya tried to do something. It asked the volunteers to help the Open University students, and we got very huge and good number of volunteers, and they started to recording short videos, plugging them on Telegram and using Zoom. But the problem with Zoom is that recorded videos are not always, we're in the first steps, like the baby steps with the process. So that was about the general thing. So the good thing about Telegram, I have already mentioned that the capacity is huge, and PowerPoints and videos could be plugged, and when the student join, he can see the previous work. Now we're talking about the elements like the learning management system and virtual learning tools, such as the Moodle, the Canvas, the Blackboard. They have never ever been utilized by the Libyan University, and they're really good. They need to adopt them because they would help even in making the quizzes and give the students to get some feedback and some chance to work, because they go for the final exam out of 100. So they will be kind of shocked, like everything will be within that exam. So I think that LMS will be our second step from TESOL Libya to integrate it in kind of helping the Open University in moving further steps towards integrating technology. And that's it. If you have opinions, suggestions, anything, I mean, I'm done with my presentation, hopefully on time.
Thank you very much. You are punctual. Thank you much for your informative presentation, Dr. Nadia.
You're welcome.
We are glad to have you with us today till the end of the session for this discussion. And please, I invite every presenter just to follow the chat board there, just in case there are questions or comments. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, now the second presentation, according to the scheduled timetable, will be presented by Fatima Saad al-Dawi and Ahmed Maher. And the title for their paper will be The Role of Google Documents or Docs as an instructional tool for enhancing writing skills in higher education. I have already presented Dr. Ahmed, and for Dr. Fatima, I guess I'm gonna introduce her in a few words. So Fatima Saad al-Dawi is from Libya. Most welcome, the people of Libya. She worked as an EFL instructor in the secondary and international schools for 5 years. She received Masters of Arts in Applied Linguistics from the Libyan Academy in 2015 with distinction. In 2015, she joined University of Tripoli as a part-time lecturer for 4 years. Now she is a full-time lecturer at the Department of English, University of Tripoli. She obtained different online courses and certificates. Her research interests include TESOL and TEFL. So Dr. Fatima, the floor is yours. And as I mentioned, I have already introduced Dr. Ahmed Maher. So most welcome, both you and Dr. Ahmed Maher. So the dice is yours, Dr. Fatima.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but there is like echoing.
Okay. Oh,
yeah. Now
okay. Is it okay now?
Now it is clear.
Yeah. Okay. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. Okay. Let me first introduce myself. This is Fatima Dawi. Okay, a lecturer from at Tripoli University, Faculty of Education, Janzur. Okay. Let me start by introducing my topic. Okay, my topic is going to be about, okay, just a minute in order to share my, okay. 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 The topic of my presentation is going to be about the role of Google Document in enhancing collaborative writing in higher education institutions. Okay. It's presented by Fatima Dawi and Dr. Ahmed Maher. Okay. My presentation, okay, is going to be divided into introduction, statement of the problem, significance of the study, objectives of my study, okay, then the methodology, then we will move to the second part of our research, which is collaborative learning, and then talking about Google Document, okay? Okay, let's start with, let me start with the introduction, okay. As you know, during the last decade, the demand of integrating technology and computer assistant applications and softwares has been increased. And most researchers emphasize the crucial role of using these instructional materials in teaching and learning English, okay? It's worth mentioning that the implementation of these instructional applications help the instructors to change the learning and teaching style, not only from teacher-centered to learner-centered, but rather to collaborative learning, which is characterized by social interaction comprising of both teachers and students, okay? Each one of them acquire...
May I interrupt you, Dr.
Yes.
Fatima?
Yes.
You haven't shared, by the way, your screen. You have to open the file before you share it.
Okay.
You open the file on your PC and then you share it.
Okay, just a minute, please. Sorry. What about now? Is it shared?
Not yet.
Okay, just a minute, please.
We can see your desktop, by the way, and the name of the file, but the file is not. It's
Fatima,
not open.
Stop sharing
Yeah,
first.
yeah. Okay, now it is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, as I told you, the implementation of these instructional applications help the instructors to change the learning style, not only from teacher-centered to learner-centered, but also to collaborative learning, which is characterized by its social interaction comprising of both teachers and students. Each member of them tries to acquire and share his collective knowledge regarding a specific topic, okay? According to the constructivistic learning theory, learners best acquire new knowledge through interaction, negotiating, collaborating together, using their prior learned information, okay? So in this context, it's worth mentioning that there are different web-based or cloud-based collaborative writing platforms, okay, which the instructors use a language teaching and learning practice, okay? Instructors actually use these collaborative writing applications to achieve their planned educational aims, such as evaluating students' work, such as developing the content of specific course or assessing the activities of a project group. And Google Document is considered as one of the recent collaborative writing applications that help these students to work collaboratively. Okay, let's move to the statement of the problem. Okay. Okay. Difficulty in learning writing skill is one of the problems that face most of EFL learners, okay? It's worth mentioning that the previous related studies reflected a lack of both theoretical and empirical, okay, evidence concerning employing collaborative work through using Google Document, okay? And also students, okay, during writing their final project or graduation project, they face challenges in working collaboratively. And according to the lecture experience, okay, the situation is similar here in Libya. For example, students face difficulties, okay, in finding the suitable time and appropriate place to meet, okay, in order to write their their graduation project. So The significance of our study, okay. I hope that the digital works, okay. The present paper, okay, focuses on reviewing the related literature regarding the usefulness and the effectiveness of using Google Document, okay, in higher education institutions. It's hoped that this review, okay, would be a great motive to all educators to encourage the integration of technology in general and Google Document in particular, okay? Also, by focusing on the different features of Google Document, okay, it's hoped that this provides an opportunity to overcome the challenges of working collaboratively, irrespective of the time and the place. Okay, so the objectives of my study is to review, okay, to review the different features of Google Document, okay, in enhancing, to review the features of Google Document, okay, as collaborative tool and its usefulness and effectiveness in enhancing teaching and learning the writing skill. So, as for the methodology, okay, the researchers adopted a theoretical analysis, okay, based on reviewing the previous related studies. Okay, now let's move to the second part of our presentation, which is talking about collaborative learning and technology. Okay, what's collaborative learning? Collaborative learning is a social activity, okay, includes more than one learner, okay, working together, seeking for accomplishing the same task. And technology is a medium through which collaborative learning can take place effectively, okay? Okay, the advancement of computer networks facilitates students' learning and provides opportunity to increase the interaction and peer feedback, okay, of the students, even though if they are not in the same place, okay. Also, online learning allows group and individual participation. It consists of both, as we know. Active real-time interaction through using online applications, okay, or interaction that occur over extended long time through using online discussion boards, okay. It's also worth mentioning that online collaborative learning can enhance more active participation and increase the students' engagement with the content, okay? Students' engagement, okay, through in the learning process actually improves their outcomes, okay? And more improves appear when technology or when collaborative technology added to the learning process. So we can say that the integration of collaborative learning with technology, improving students with different learning style. It develops their linguistic competence, okay? Also, it develops their technology skills. That's why, okay, the researchers have selected, okay, Google Document, okay, and to determine the different features of this application so that it can be used by the instructors to help their students enhance their writing skill. And Dr. Ahmed, inshallah, will give us a brief idea about the different features of this application so that it can be used by the instructors and improving their students' writing skill. Yes, Dr. Ahmed.
Welcome, Dr. Ahmed, and please try to...
Okay, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
You have only 3 minutes.
I'm here to present the second part of our topic. So, okay.
3 minutes.
I'm sharing the screen now. Yes. Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, the screen is shared.
Yes.
Yours?
Yes, thank you. So, what is Google Documents? Google Documents here, as you know, is a free web-based cloud version of Microsoft that helps students to work in a collaborative environment. It has or it offers a lot of collaborative features. These features can be used to facilitate achieving any writing task efficiently due to the implementation of the dynamic learning methods, which is available in this platform. Okay, so we can say that using this platform, it helps the students to work on the same task at the same time, irrespective of the number of students. I try to limit the features of Google Docs here into 4 ones. Okay, the first, we have synchronous and asynchronous writing experience feature, receiving formative and peer feedback feature, peer editing feature, and the last one that I will talk about today is the role of using Google Docs to help the instructor to assess their students. Let me start with the first feature, which is synchronous and asynchronous writing experience feature. This Google or the platform or this platform, it offers synchronous experience to the students through the chatting room or the virtual mini conference, which is available in this platform. And also, students can work or can use this platform to work in a synchronous way through leaving and editing or leaving some suggestions or comments for their colleagues to be read or to be read. So this platform, or by using these two features here, it facilitates digital workshops. Okay, moving on to the second feature here, which is receiving formative and peer feedback feature. Okay, this feature, as you all know, the formative feedback, it helps the students to improve and develop their learning skills in general, and the writing in particular. So this platform, it enables the students to review the feedback that they got from the other colleagues or from the instructor himself. Also, here, by sharing this information, students, they can reflect on each other's piece of writings, they can negotiate, they can leave, as I said earlier, they can leave some comments, or they can leave some suggestion to be edited. So by this, sorry.
Dr. Ahmed, I'm sorry to interrupt you. 1 minute is remaining, by the way. We gave you 2 extra minutes.
Yeah, I think I have 3 minutes. Okay, anyway, sorry.
We gave you 2 extra minutes, so one of the extra 2 minutes is remaining.
Thank you.
So please go faster.
Okay, so let me move to the the third one, which is receiving formative and the third one, which is peer editing. And this is the most important feature of using Google Docs here. It enables students to recognize and edit unsuitable language use. It enables them to recognize spelling mistakes, and the other colleagues, they can work together to correct these mistakes. They can work to replace vocabulary, to correct some phrases, to correct the structure, and also they can work on the whole document here in form of organization. Okay, so by this way, we can use the Google Documents here to develop the quality of students' writing skill. The last feature here, which is assessment, as you all know here, assessment is one of the most difficult tasks for the instructor to evaluate the students' writing skill. So Google Docs here, it gives a general review of the document history, so that the instructor can go back to the old versions, can check the students' participation, and then can assess them. Okay, so by this way, we can say that Google Docs, it is the instructor's mission to evaluate the degree of participation of his students. Moving to the last part, which is the conclusion and recommendation of our research, we have to know that changing the teaching approaches and methods require the use of technology in general, and developing the writing skills, it needs the use of Google Docs. Using Google Docs is a must in the higher education here to help the students to improve their writing skill. And as you all know, that students, they can learn through sharing knowledge. And let me quote what Dr. Hassan Omar said yesterday, which is knowledge is enriched when shared. So Google Docs, I think it's the better choice for the students and instructors to be employed in their teaching and learning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, actually for the fabulous and informative presentation you did have in collaboration with your colleague, Dr. Fatima. And please stay with us till the end of the session for the discussion, inshallah. And now I want to move on and invite our distinguished researcher to present his article. That is her article, Asia Baghdadi. Asia's paper is entitled EFL Students' Perceptions about Online Learning of Written Expressions During the Pandemic or the COVID-19 pandemic. So before I give you the mic, just allow me to present to you Dr. Asia. So Dr. Asia is from Muhammad Boudiaf University, Al-Misaliya from Algeria. She is specialized in psychopedagogy and teaching of English as a foreign language. She is a lecturer in cognitive psychology, contrastive analysis, and educational psychology at the Department of English at the University. She is also a researcher interested in applied linguistics, psychopedagogy, and the teaching and learning of foreign languages. She is a team leader in theoretical and applied linguistic studies laboratory. She's the editor-in-chief of EDC Languages International Journal. So the mic is yours, Dr. Asia, and please be committed to the time, 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like first to thank the organizers of the conference for that opportunity to share the findings of scientific research with our peers and colleagues from different countries and from different universities. Well, in fact, my paper or my presentation, can you see it?
Not yet. It is not shared. Yeah.
Now?
Not yet.
And now? Can you?
No. Have you shared it?
Yes, normally, yes. Normally I have shared it.
Is the file open in your computer?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Really? The file is open and normally I share it.
So please, can you do it again? Just
okay, I'll try.
This is why I keep saying technology is not always the best friend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now?
Unfortunately.
It doesn't work. So there's a problem.
What form is your file?
PPT, PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. So
yeah,
it should be shared.
Now.
Excuse me, Dr. Jabir, I think Dr. Asia, she has to press on share screen and then select the documents and then press share in order to be opened.
This is what I did normally.
Okay, so it should be shared then.
Yes.
So what is the plan B, Dr. Asia?
Okay, can I? Normally you have the file. I have sent it to you. Is it possible to display it directly while I'm presenting and follow me, since I have this technical problem?
Dr. Majid.
Sorry.
Okay, so Majid is signing there for us to wait for a while. Okay. So start just giving like, you know, a brief idea about you.
Okay, okay, no problem. Now, in fact, my presentation is entitled EFL Students' Perceptions about online learning of written expression during the pandemic-19. As we know, in order to acquire or to learn a foreign language, we have the 4 skills, which are divided into the receptive and the productive skills. Now, when saying receptive, we say listening and reading. When saying productive, we say speaking and writing. Now, the problematic stated here is that while the pandemic, there was a problem concerning the teaching of written expression module. Why? Because it imposes a set of factors to contribute in order to ensure the success of the teaching learning process. Why? Now, the world's experience during the pandemic-19 resulted in a surge in demand for online education, which rapidly infiltrated school districts and universities. In this respect, an online survey was conducted at Mustapha University's Department of English to inquire about their experience with distance learning of written expression, which is one of the basic modules in learning English. Now, these are the different elements that are going to be tackled or covered within my presentation. I have the research question, the aims, the research methodology designs, finally the findings and conclusion and some recommendations. Can you see my file, Doctor? Is the screen shared or no?
So Dr. Majid is giving you here instructions what to do exactly.
Okay, so should I?
موقفين ورقة لو سمحت دكتور صهيب. اوكي بارك الله فيك دكتور صهيب. مساء الخير.
مساء النور.
دكتور صهيب ودكتور كريم رح يفوتوا على الخط، بس إذا سمحتي حاولي مرة ثانية. هلا أنت عندك تحت بالأخضر شير سكرين شيرينج صح؟
Exactly.
طيب اعملي مرة الأخيرة، احكي لنا شو بصير معك لما تعملي، بعطيكي إشارة معينة أو بعطيكي نوت، اعملي سكرين شيرينج لنشوف.
اسمح لي دقيقة.
تفضلي. شوفينا إذا في بعطيكي ملاحظة على اليمين على اليسار بكتب لك إشي إنه الهوست cannot give you أو إشي.
I don't know. I have there is problem. Look here.
اعملي سكرين شيرينج شوفي شو بصير معك.
فوالا. Normally I did it. عملتها أستاذ.
اوكي ظهر دكتور جابر ظهر عندنا سكرين شير احنا؟
No, really؟
دكتورة مش ظاهرة عندنا احنا سكرين شير، اعمل سكرين شيرنج لازم تطلع صورة الملف على الصفحة امامنا على الجروب على
طيب أستاذ دقيقة فقط.
Okay, feel free. We will give you like 3 extra minutes.
وهي آسيا بغدادي. اوكي. كتم. هم المفروض ما فيش مشكلة عندها دكتور جابر يعني في. دكتورة آسيا جس اعملي سكرين شيرينج واحكي لنا شو بصير معاكي، إذا ما طلعش لازم يعطيكي إشارة إنه الهوست مش سامح لك تعمل سكرين شيرينج، فإحنا بنعالجه مع الشباب مع الدكتور كريم والدكتور صهيب.
طيب Dr. Asya, if you can hear me, so plan B is just to carry on giving us.
اوكي دكتورة آسيا شو صار معاكي؟ عملت سكرين شيرينج؟ كبست تحت اللي بالاخضر النوت على
الاخضر. انا
اذا سمحت تحت في وسط الشاشة في عندك بالاخضر سكرين شيرينج. اوكي
you done it. Congrats.
Very good, very good. يلا.
It is.
على بركة الله تفضلي.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So yes. It is shared now.
Okay, perfect. So the research question is, how did students perceive the distance learning of written expression productive skills during the pandemic-19? In fact, the aims of our study is firstly gaining more insights about adoption of distance learning.
دكتورة آسيا، عندك تحت في آخر الملف في إشارة كب.
إيه؟
إذا سمحتي لي، في إشارة كب، صورة كب. ملف الباوربوينت في على اليسار تحت أيقونة صغيرة على شكل كب فنجان.
Yes.
هلا اكبسي عليها بيطلع عندك الشاشة كاملة.
Okay, now is this okay?
اوكي، احنا شايفين الشيرنج بس بشكل افضل عشان تظهر بس الشريحة. في عندك على اليسار تحت، على اليسار على اليسار طلعي شكل كب، شكل فنجان. اوكي اوكي.
Perfect. So my aim behind this study is gaining more insights about the adoption of distance learning in your teaching and learning method of written expression. The second purpose is drawing a comparison between the students' distance learning and also their classroom learning of written expression. And the third purpose is exploring the students' perception towards the distance learning of the written expression product skills. Now, while or in order to conduct that survey, in fact, we adopted an exploratory research method. Now, as the participants or the sample we dealt with was a sample of 60 third-year licensed students selected randomly from the Department of English from Silla University. Now, the data gathering tool, in fact, we have used or we have designed a questionnaire which we administered with this sample. This questionnaire, in fact, was divided into 8 sections, consisting of 27 questions. Now, these are the different, these are the different sections of the questionnaire. We have firstly the motivation, we have needs, we have the active engagement of the students, the frequency of online learning. We have the difficulties they faced while learning online, this written expression module, and finally some suggestions provided by those students. Now the findings. In fact, firstly, we asked them about their preferable skill. And here we found that 50% favored the speaking skill and 38% of the students favored the writing skill. Now, when they were asked about the access to technology, and in our university, we have the Moodle platform that is used as a technological means during the pandemic-19 in order to facilitate the online learning. 50% said, yes, we have access, and 50% of them said, no, we don't have access. So here we purposefully asked another question. If you do not use the Moodle platform, which other technological facilities are you using as alternative? We found by the end that the Telegram got 48%, and then the Zoom, and that none. It means none of those means are used. 0% went to the Skype. We have also asked them about their motivation, whether they are motivated while learning written expression online. And in fact, that was the catastrophe. We found that 90% said we are more motivated when learning in classroom, and just 10% of the students said that we are motivated when learning online. And then we have asked them about the teaching techniques employed by the teachers within the classroom and within the online sessions. And they said that here 90% of the students claimed or stated that teachers are using a variety of teaching techniques within the classroom, unlike within the online classes, which got just 10%. And here we asked about their practice. I mean, in terms of activities, in terms of tasks, problem solving, etc. We find that just 8% really practice, do activities, and the rest said normally we do activities in the classroom. And then we have asked them about their engagement and active engagement. And by the end, in fact, we found that 95% of the students participated and engaged actively within the classroom, within face-to-face sessions, and just 5 said that we can participate in the online sessions actively. After that, we have asked them about the different activities that they are applying in their sessions, whether in writing letters, short stories, essays, paragraphs, and these are the different percentages we have obtained. We have also asked them about the number of sessions they got in classroom traditionally and during the pandemic as online sessions. And in fact, we were really surprised. We found that 5% said we got 2 sessions and 95% said we got just 1 session. This is within the classroom. And concerning the online, 92% said 0 session and 8% said we got just 1 online session. In fact, it was really surprising. And then we moved to the assessment of the written expression and the different techniques adopted by the teachers in evaluating and assessing their students. Now, these are different techniques employed by the teachers: short quizzes, written tests, written assignments. And by the end, these are the differences existing between the online and the classroom sessions. We found that the short quizzes are more used in classroom. The written tests, the written tests are more used in classroom, and the written assignments are more used in the online sessions. Finally, in fact, we have asked them about the effectiveness. Here, we found that 85 said it is not effective, 23 said it is effective, and 18 declared that it is moderately effective. You are talking about the online learning of the written expression. Now, concerning the difficulties, they were asked about the difficulties they are facing while learning. In fact, they said 68 said, yes, we are facing difficulties in the online learning of predictive skills.
Dr.
Yes?
Asya, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but will you please go fast?
I'm going. Yes,
time
here,
is
this
up,
is,
actually.
yes, this is the general conclusion. Now, the obtained results reveal that the most critical issues are technological issues prompted by teachers' lack of technical skills and teaching styles that are not well adapted to the online world. Furthermore, students claim that because of the lack of interaction and boredom, written expression courses are less motivating in online classes. Moreover, it was observed that teachers use a variety of teaching methods in the classroom to promote students' writing abilities as opposed to online learning. Now, in terms of student opinion and perceptions about learning written expression module via online platforms, the majority of the students believe that there was no internet access, a lack of enthusiasm, a sense of alienation, that the online platforms were worthless, that there were no interactive online courses, and that they were limited to files only. Moreover, they had described their experience with distance learning as inadequate. As a result, students became dissatisfied with their use of technology when taking online courses. And here I have some recommendations summing up what I have conducted as a study. Here, we recommend that we should ensure the teaching practice flexibility by avoiding the dictum of teaching in one size fits-all framework in terms of content, practice, activities, assessment methods, interaction, etc. Organizing a regular CPDs, I mean continuing professional developments to enhance the teacher's online teaching performance. Third, adapting the course content to online teaching practice, and I put it in yellow purposefully. I insist on that idea. And also, there should be various support systems in place for the learner at the start. I mean here, the beginners. We should ensure quality of interactions within synchronous sessions. And finally, ensuring the quality and the quantity of the student engagement, behaviorally, cognitively, and psychologically. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asia, for your impressive and informative presentation. Actually, I enjoyed your way of presentation.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and I invite you to stay with us till the end of the session.
No problem, I'm here.
Right now, we go for a discussion. Am I right, Dr. Majid? So we go for a discussion for 15 minutes. So in case there is a question, please, everybody, take the mic and ask the question and just...
Okay, Dr. Jabir, that's okay. So we'll have 2 sessions, each session discussion separate from the other.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Carry on. على بركة الله. تفضل.
Can I say something?
Please.
Yes, may I speak if you don't mind, Doctor?
No.
I'm raising my hand, so nobody's raising the hand.
Okay, so I will give you a chance.
Assalamu alaikum, Doctor. I'm terribly sorry. I've just come from TV.
Dr. Nashat has started talking, and I will give you a chance, Dr. Yusuf, after Nashat.
Okay, that's good. I'm sorry. Yes.
Excuse me. Yes, Dr. Nashat, go for your question. Dr. Nashat. Okay, so in case Dr. Yusuf, the mic is yours. Please.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Asia, for the nice presentation. In fact, I've just come, but I attended the last part of the presentation. I missed a lot. I was on TV. You know that the conference actually is gaining a lot of attraction. Yesterday, the attendees more than 40,000, and this is great. In fact, more than 5 channels.
This is a sign of the success.
Yeah,
of the
this is good. So
sure.
TVs, and this is now the talk of everybody in the street here in Benghazi. They say that it's amazing. So I wasn't on TV. So I wanted to make sure that, as you said, that you make the online classes and face-to-face classes. So my question is that how can you trust this? Say it openly. How can we trust our students while doing online quizzes, for example? I think it's difficult for our community to trust.
It is very difficult, and I personally, from my own experience, I hated this method of assessment. Why? Because it lacks credibility. Well, I provide an assignment and I let that student isolatedly solving that assignment. Who knows, maybe he is referring to other resources, yes or no? So here I'm not testing his mental abilities, his background, his knowledge, but rather I'm testing his success in doing research online. And this is a problem. Exactly.
Okay,
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Dr. Nashat.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Dr. Asia and all of our speakers were extremely beneficial, and they provided us with lots of information. The paper that really hit my nerve was the last one. I'd like to say certain issues. The first thing, as you have mentioned at the end, is that teachers need more training to be able to encourage students to create the motivation.
Exactly.
That's one thing. And
yes.
Secondly, the mood or the methodology of teaching, the forum that you've used, like Skype and Telegram, is not totally educators friendly. We have other platforms that can be used in teaching like Moodle, sorry, like Zoom, like
yes. Telegram.
No, Telegram is not an education friendly, because you can't interact with the students in a classroom on Telegram. But here we see you present to us, we talk with each other. But there I use Telegram as a place where I can give my students some feedback, but not as the main platform for teaching. In the Palestinian, in Al-Quds Open University, we use Whiteboard, we use WizIQ, we use Blackboard.
Triple B, Dr. Nashat.
Triple B.
All of these platforms are used to teach any kind of, even you can put students in groups, you can ask them to do individual work, you can do lots of things
at the same time.
So it's teacher friendly. That's one thing. Secondly, in our quizzes and assignments, we tend to give open-ended questions about the information within the book, and we ask the students to rephrase their answers from the book. We don't ask them to get us information from outside of their courses, but from the same course, but we ask them to give us rephrasing, and we give open-ended questions, and this can be easily taken from the objective of each unit. Go to the objective of the unit and write a question that really provides the objective of the unit, and that's it. And you will be able to see whether the student would be able to sum up what he knew from that particular unit, and you will know if he's taken his information from an online course. It would be clear there for you, as you have taught the subject before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nashat. Your comment was a real addition to today's session, to today's papers and articles. Thank you very much. Yes, other commentators or other askers, do we have any? I can't see raised hands anyways. Yeah, any question, any comment?
In fact, I had a question here on the chat board who asked me, from the surprise and percentages you got, what are the reasons? Well, the reason, as I have mentioned, is the lack of what? Of training at the level of the students and at the level of the teachers. The majority of the teachers are not well trained in using the technological means. This is a fact that cannot deny. And moreover, there is another problem that I should insist is the adaptation of the content of the course to the online learning. This is a very critical and crucial task or problem that we are really suffering from. Why? Because I have found that there are some teachers of written expressions who restricted their mission of teaching written expression to what? To just uploading files of courses on Moodle and then letting the students doing their learning. And this is not acceptable at all, especially with written expression, which is normally a module which requires practice, which requires feedback, which requires interaction between the teacher and his students, yes or no? Because we have a content to present and we need feedback in order to assess what the advancement of our teacher, of our students, which is not the case with that experience during the pandemic.
Yes, Dr. Jaber.
Thank you. Dr. Jihad, the
yes,
mic
thank
is
you.
yours.
Thank you, Dr. Asia. Actually, that was my question. And I think you focus on one side of the coin. You start to train the teacher. But what about the students?
I have said both of them. I have said both of them.
And yeah, Here at Al-Quds Open University, we have, I mean, there's a course, an obligatory course, and it is a must to take it in the first.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. In fact, I suggested that to the administration of the department. Why not integrating an official module which imposes, which makes it a must for the students to learn the use of technologies and the different kinds of technologies. It means for the teachers and also for the students. I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jihad. Any more questions?
Doctor, just
Still we have like, okay, I see.
I want to make sure that Dr. John Blake
is joining us. I see on that on the board there on the participants.
So did he present or
no, not yet, because he has just joined us.
Okay, yes. So
we'll give him chance in the next inshallah session. Okay, so but still we have like 4 minutes now for other discussion.
Yes, I'd rather that Dr. John Blake present maybe in this session, maybe.
Yeah, he will, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah.
He will present first, so don't worry, Dr. Yusuf. Okay, Doctor, yeah. Any more questions, guys?
Dr. Jabir, just I have a small comment. Like since we have, though we don't like this coronavirus phenomenon, but we are grateful to this coronavirus that helped us to gather in this very big meeting, knowing people and researchers from all over the world. The thing that we should always ask ourselves: are we starting a post-pandemic era, or are we still suffering from this for the coming months or next 1 or 2 years? So our research should not be just restricted to coronavirus, because I guess coronavirus is there and we have really suffered from in all sectors of our life. But still, we should have an eye to know what's going on after coronavirus, because we suffered a lot. I mean, the effect of coronavirus is not only stick to the period that coronavirus hit the world. We will suffer after that for, I guess, the next 1 or 2 years. You look at your kids at home, at schools, and then university students. So we lost a lot of information. We didn't get the quality of education we granted, though we tried our level best to overcome this and to try to have certain ways to overcome and continue with the teaching process. But we have to admit that the quality of education delivered to our students during this was not as much as we expect. So we should always think how, since one of magic word of our conference is remedies, well, I guess in the future we have to think how we can get rid of the effects that have been left due to coronavirus. This is just a general statement. So because you said we have 2 or 3 minutes, I just wanted to remind everybody that we still have to think more and more how to get rid of the things or the disaster caused to us by this coronavirus in all levels, specifically in the educational level, since we are involved in this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Dr. Majid. Thank you, everybody. So here I announce the ending of the first part of the first session, part 1 of the first session. Inshallah, within a couple of minutes, we are coming back for the next part. So just give us 2 minutes, just we stretch and have breath, please.
Yeah. But it's good that we have these 2 minutes, we can breathe and we can have maybe some tea or coffee. Glad to see Dr. Yusuf again joining us, though I know he was holding a very big responsibilities. I just want to say
thank you. Also, we have Jessica here with us. We have John Blake.
Yeah, that's great.
That's interesting. That of course, because actually we missed the time of Japan. So Dr. John Flake actually. In
Yes,
fact,
yes, he's most welcome.
Yes.
Most welcome. He's most
So,
welcome,
yes,
and inshallah we'll start the second session with him. And
Yes,
I just wanted to tell you that yesterday in the TV Al Jazeera, it's how like the Arab world are, you know, people, nations are mingled and interacted. Whatever barriers are there, political, geographical, this and that. I just by chance opened Al Jazeera channel to see that one Jordanian prisoner has spent 20 years in the Israeli jail, was set free yesterday. He was released.
He was released. Yes,
You
yes.
can't imagine how he crossed the river Jordan from Palestine to Jordan. Okay, just his mother met him crying and hugging and this and that. So I think whatever consequences, whatever barriers, educational or political or geographical, we belong to one nation. We belong to the heart of this Arab world. And inshallah, we educators should hold the responsibility to make Arabs united. Usually they say politics divide and sport unite. We would say politics divide, and even sometimes sports will divide. But education will unite. We educators and specialists in the field of education, we should have this very beautiful message that I would remind everybody: بلاد العرب أوطاني من الشام لبغداني ومن نجد إلى يمن إلى مصر فتطواني. من أجمل، أنا سعيد أن العراقيين تبنوا موطني موطني الجمال والجلال. أصبح الآن هو النشيد الوطني العراقي، وهو من تأليف شاعر وأديب فلسطيني. إذا الحمد لله, thanks God that is in the
actually Dr. Majid,
the people all over the world, and we're glad to this. But البوصلة is Jerusalem. البوصلة هي فلسطين. وهاي المؤتمرات اللي احنا بننظمها, we get into, sometimes we shout, sometimes we cry, sometimes we fight, sometimes لكن at the end overall, alhamdulillah, we are sure that getting in touch with such great people like you, we get to know more that still we have a special part in your hearts and in your minds. And we will always, Palestinians, try our level best to contribute to the success. Alhamdulillah, when Palestinians were deported in 1948, they didn't just start distributed all over the world. تفضل دكتور.
أستاذ ماجد, عندي كلمة. ربما قلت we are still representing a part in your heart. In fact, you are the heart, the whole heart.
Great.
As Algerians, I'm talking as an Algerian.
بديش اخذ وقت الدكتور
This is
جابر.
reality. This is reality.
بديش اخذ الدكتور جابر حتى وهو الدكتور يوسف صامت بهذه الطريقه ويضع يده على, هو يقول اشياء كثيره وهذا منظر بالنسبه لي استطيع ان افهمه واستطيع ان اتذوقه. انا اتذكر ان المنتخب الفلسطيني عندما ذهب للجزائر هتف الجزائريين لفلسطين وليس للجزائر.
أكيد هذا أمر مفروغ منه لا نقاش.
الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الحمد لله.
الفكرة أننا نحن كأكاديميين إن شاء الله يجب أن نساهم دائما في الوحدة وتطوير النظام الأكاديمي لأبنائنا ولأجيالنا في الوطن العربي.
أستاذ, إلى جانب الإنجازات الأكاديمية وتطوير الأداء الأكاديمي للأستاذ والمعرفي للطلبة حبيت أن نركز على فكرة جد مهمة, وهي الأمهات الفلسطينيات. والله العلي العظيم لما أشوف أمهات بهذا الوعي, هذا النضج, هذا الإيمان, هذا التقوى, هذا التنشئة, هذا الهدف في الحياة, ماذا أقول؟ يعني حقيقة أحس يعني نفسي نحس أنفسنا مقزمات أمام هؤلاء البطلات.
ما شاء الله والله العظيم. نحن نفتخر بهذه القامات العلمية. حقيقة بدناش ناخذ وقت الدكتور جابر, لأنه الغزيين إذا بعصبوا يعني وضعهم بصير صعب. دكتور جابر يلا على بركة الله أكمل. دكتور خالد أهلا وسهلا.
هذا دكتور ماجد.
أهلين.
دكتور يوسف. Good evening. This is me.
Good evening.
من جبل النار. دكتور خالد من جبل النار.
I am from Nablus.
أهلا وسهلا بك يا دكتور.
حياك الله. هذا دكتور.
جبل النار وين exactly؟ وين
نابلس. دكتور آسيا خلي احنا نبدأ الجلسة لو سمحت لي.
نعم يلا بسم الله. دكتور جابر إلى الجلسة الثانية. الدكتور جابر أسعد الله مساك, إلى الجلسة الثانية لو تكرمت.
Excuse me.
دكتور جابر.
Hello.
احنا عادة ممكن نصير اتفقنا كخلل بسبب الكهرباء والانترنت في غزة، في حال انه الدكتور جابر تعذر.
دكتور ماجد.
تفضلي يا دكتورة، تفضلي.
Was the discussion session like kind of cancelled for the first session?
No.
The discussion.
No. We covered all papers. We had the first session. We have two parts, my dear. The first part included 3 papers. Nadia Nasser, Ahmed Maher, Fatima Saad, Ahmed Maher, Asia Baghdadi. Now we will move to the second part of the first session with Rania Al-Majdoubi,
Dr. Majid.
But before that, we will have Blake. Before that, we will have Mr. Blake. تفضل دكتور يوسف.
Dr. Majid, Dr. John, because of time, we agreed that.
Yes, حاضر. أنا بحكي لها بس الجدول المفروض. دكتور.
جدول, yes.
Well, the thing is that I've got like stuff to do. So if there is discussion session where I could be asked the questions about my session, I'll keep going on with you. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I have to leave.
My dear, excuse me.
What's that, Doctor? Okay, what's that, Dr. Ned?
I thought after this first part, like after 3 or 4 presentations, there'll be a discussion session that.
Yeah, we did. Yes.
Thank you very much, then.
My dear, excuse me. We had.
What's wrong, Dr. Nadia? What's wrong?
Nothing wrong at all.
Dr. Nadia, I'll tell you something. I have to clarify something. Because we had 6 papers in the first session, we divided the session into 2 parts. We finished the first part. We had 15 minutes discussion, and it's over now. Now we will move to the next part of the first session. We have 3 papers, but before that, we will have Mr. Blake because he's from a remote place.
Dr. Majid, sorry, Dr. Majid, Dr. Yusuf, I think.
Please, Dr. Majid. Dr. Nadia, where is Dr. Nadia?
I'm here.
Yes. Do you think that there are questions? If there are questions, you can answer. Yes. The time.
No. Thank you very much. I wanted to leave. Thank you very much. I really appreciate everything.
أنا بكمل عنك.
I'm very happy that I'm part of this conference, and I enjoyed every single second, like working with the committee and in my presentation. And thank you. Bye bye.
Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Majid, according to the schedule, I think we were supposed to start at 7. I think يعني 30
معلش يا جماعة أسعد الله إخواني أسعد الله مساكم بكل خير. First of all, Dr. Jabir, he has some electricity and internet interruption, and in 2 minutes he will join us and he will carry on as a chair of this person. In the meantime, we can take the chance and we ask Mr. Blake to give his paper, and then we'll proceed for the other 3 papers. Why we are giving Mr. Blake? Because he's from remote place, and we gave him chance to present his paper today because yesterday he couldn't. So I asked, is he with us, Dr. Yusuf? Is he with us, Dr. Yusuf? طبعا بعد إذن رانيا المجدوبي وهيفاء يحيى راح نعطيكم كمان في جلسة لدكتور بليك، لأنه هو من الصين الساعة 3 الوقت عندهم، فبدنا نعطيهم أولا ومن ثم أنتم إذا تكرمتم.
Well, I cannot really guarantee the electricity in Libya, and also the internet connection is getting really
in just
terrible.
15 minutes, inshallah, in 15 minutes we'll give you the floor, inshallah. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Yusuf, جاهز الدكتور بليك?
Okay.
Yes, John Blake, you welcome. You got 15 minutes. You try to be punctual only. 15 minutes, your good time. You please carry on. 3, 2, 1. If you want to share the screen, it's okay for you.
Yep, I'll do that. Okay, thank you very much.
If you want to screen your sheet, if you have some files you want to show us, it's available, and you're given 15 minutes only. You look down, share screen in green.
Yeah.
Look down the monitor. You have share screen in green.
You are screen sharing. You should see, right?
In case if you'd like share us your screen, it's available.
Okay.
In the bottom, middle bottom.
Yeah.
In the bottom of the page, in the middle, in the green share screen, there is an arrow.
You can see? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Carry on. 15 minutes sharp. Carry on there. Yes, Mr. Blake. Dr. Blake.
So you can see my screen right now, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Start, please.
Thank you for choosing to attend this presentation. My name is John Blake and I'm a Senior Associate Professor at the University of Aizu in Japan. My topic today is Learning by Teaching, Facilitating Peer-to-Peer Tuition in Content and Language Integrated Learning. As you can see from the overview, this presentation is broken down into 7 parts. First, I'll begin by explaining my teaching context. Then I'll go into a little bit more depth about what content and language integrated learning is, explain the principle of learning by teaching, and then give you the theoretical basis for this and tell you about the practical implementation. Finally, I'll come to the evaluation of the course itself and the lessons learned. Let me tell you about the context, courses, and learners. We're based in a small university in rural Japan, and as you can see from the pictures, it's quite cold. The courses that I teach are content courses, primarily in computer science, logic, and natural language processing. All courses are delivered in English, but the students have varying degrees of proficiency. The class size is reasonably large with 50 students. The learners are all computer science majors, 90% are Japanese, and 90% are male. Everybody owns a smartphone and there's free access to Wi-Fi on campus and in these university dorms. Content and language integrated learning is what you would expect. First of all, the teacher focuses on the content and enables learners to understand the content. But simultaneously, the teacher also focuses on the language used to deliver the content. In my case, I deliver content in English, and so students have to focus on learning English at the same time as learning the content. The course assessments are arranged about the content itself, but in order to pass the assessments, students axiomatically need to be able to write in English or speak in English using the required terminology. Here, let me explain my motivation for moving to a learning by teaching approach. My situation, like many teachers, is one teacher, but with many students. Now, for one teacher to develop materials, it's possible, but to develop materials that can be individualized to students, that would be very time consuming. Teachers often produce text-based materials, but students often prefer multimodal materials, particularly audio and video materials. There's also a difficulty to teach in real time, particularly during the pandemic. We have lots of problems with Wi-Fi dropping and students or teachers losing access to the online video conferencing systems. Here's a possible solution. Switch from the one-to-many approach to a many-to-many model. So here you have many students who are making materials for many other students. This will be completely learner-centered, with the students making materials for themselves, by themselves. Here the students can create their multimodal materials themselves, and the student developers learn through the process because they need to learn the content in order to create the material about the content. And then the users of the materials also learn from the materials developed. It seems like a win-win scenario. The theoretical basis for a learning by teaching approach is actually very simple. Even without going to the research literature, we can see how good it is. First of all, let's think about motivation. In this scenario, students learn to help not only themselves, but to help others. And they need to understand the content to teach the content. So clearly here, there's a motivation. They have a real audience, and they want to be able to teach that real audience things that are correct. Secondly, the active learning aspect. To teach something, students need to read, listen, or watch to understand the content. Then they need to actually create some explanation, which in my course is either audio or video explanations. So what that means is they have to process the content, simplify the content, and then somehow make the content relevant to their peers. They've got a lot of processing going on. So they have the input, the processing, and the output. It seems like a perfect model for active learning. And the third one is simply time on task. To learn something, students read about it, and then they make the notes. And then to teach it, they also have to make some notes or possibly even a script or a semi-script for their audio or video explanation. Then they record. But of course, like many people, they don't get it right the first time. So they record again, and sometimes again and again and again. What this means is they often spend a lot of time on task. And as we know, the longer a student spends on a task, the more likely they are to make progress. In terms of the practical implementation of this approach, there are 5 areas I want to focus on. The first is to make sure what you assess is what you want the students to do, because what gets assessed gets done. So we need to make sure that they're aligned together. Also, audio materials, sound is king. If the sound quality is low, the materials are unusable. So what I had in the assessments, I had a rubric that says to achieve 100% grade, you need to have clear audio. In terms of slideshow materials, I think it's a great idea to provide lots of examples, but allow students the creativity to do their own way. You also need to raise the issues of copyright, because if you want to put stuff on the internet, you need to ensure that it's not being copied from somewhere else. For the slideshow materials, the idea is to use a lot of scaffolding. So here we can get the students to help themselves develop materials. In terms of video materials, this is the most complex area. So video production is divided into 3 bits: pre-production, production, and post-production. And here I get students to submit work at the end of each of these stages. So at the end of the pre-production, they'll submit the script, the storyboard, and when necessary, a shot list. In the production stage, they'll explain how they're going to choose the location, what the actors are going to do, how they're going to move, and how they're going to control the ambience, which will especially mean the lighting, but sometimes it's controlling the ambient sound. And finally, in post-production, about the editing and subtitling. My students are all computer science majors, and they have no trouble at all with the video editing. And I suspect many of the budding YouTubers would have no trouble as well. Final point was where to share materials. Now, a lot of students were reticent to share materials online, but they were happy to share materials with their peers behind a password protected area. We use a Moodle learning management system, so it was easy to house the materials there to be shared. The course was evaluated by students, by professors, and the tutor reflected on the course as well. In terms of student feedback, we used a triangulated approach with observation, focus group, and questionnaire. The key outcome, however, was students really enjoyed watching video explanations produced by other students. They were less keen on the audio explanations, particularly when they were in English, although many of them did like the Japanese explanations, but I guess that's no surprise. In terms of the types of video, so some students created talking heads, where you just have their head. Some students created live action, where they had a couple of actors kind of acting out a scenario, but many created animated slideshows, and those were the most preferred ones. In terms of the professor's feedback, a lot of professors thought it was a win-win scenario, since the professor would have to make fewer materials themselves and let the students make more materials. In fact, from my course, with 50 students in the course, over the course, which was held over an 8-week period, the students produced somewhere in the region of 400 digital artifacts. So each student produced about 8 digital artifacts. Some of them were high quality, some of them were medium, and some were unusable. But the problem now is not lack of materials. The problem now is lack of time to sort through which materials I can use in future iterations of this course. Professors also advocated the use of the teach to learn approach, and the idea that if students can teach something, they learn it. It seemed very easy for people to believe that works. 3 of them said they will consider adopting the same approach themselves. In terms of tutor reflection, well, it's time intensive to create the initial system. And the key bottleneck is quality control. When students submit materials, the teacher really needs to quality control and check which ones are good to use with the rest of the class and which ones are less good. So in my course, it was impossible to check through all the materials. So as soon as I found suitable versions to use, I uploaded those for the other students, and I put the remaining materials in a folder for me to look at when I have time. And the final one would be, I would really recommend the use of animated PowerPoints, animated slideshows, rather than making live action video, because it's just much easier for the students. With live action, you really have to consider the lighting and the noise and positions and shots, whereas with the animated slideshows, it's just much easier to get a very polished, finished product. So to sum up, I think there are 8 things that I've learned and I'll make sure I'll do next time. The first one is to ensure the students really know the intended audience. So I told them that they're creating materials for other students to learn. But in fact, it's not just that. They're creating materials for their peers in their class to learn, but also for every future cohort of students who takes the same course. Once they knew that, they were much more motivated to leave a legacy of what they learn for future students. Second, to explain the rationale for learn to teach. If they know that by creating the materials, their aim is to learn, not just to create the materials, then they'll be much more motivated and focus on the learning side as well. Third, clear rubrics. This is absolutely vital. If the students know exactly what to do, you will waste a lot less time in re-explaining and giving more examples. So I think the clarity of instructions is key. In my case, because the students are not particularly great at English, I have to give written instructions, spoken instructions, and sometimes check from the students what they really understand from the instructions. Next is the assessment criteria, and I mentioned before, it's key to align them with the activities. If you assess them on what you want them to create, then you're more likely to get good products. So for me, for the audio explanations and the video explanations, sound quality had to be sufficient. The content had to be accurate. There were time limitations, so it was no more than 1 minute and no less than 30 seconds for many explanations. And if their materials fitted in there, then they were able to get 100%. Showing students how lighting and sound affects video quality saves them a lot of time. So I explained this at the very beginning of the course, rather than waiting for them to produce materials that are not very good and they have to waste the time to create them again. In terms of the video production progress, I think it's vital that you check at the pre-production and post-production stages to ensure that the mist doesn't go through. If they make a mistake at the pre-production stage, then they will waste a lot of time in the 2 other stages creating materials that were unusable. And finally, be aware, live action is the most difficult of the video formats. For me, in future courses, I won't allow the students to do that. I'm just going to recommend that they focus on animated slideshows, because I think the chance that they can produce materials that are high quality, usable, and will last is much higher. Okay, finally, thank you for sticking through to the end of the presentation. If you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, I'd be really happy to hear. Please check out my website or send me an email and get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blake. That was a very nice, and thanks for being punctual. And you please stay with us. We'll have other 3 papers, and we would love you to stay with us till the end of this session. It's a matter of 40 minutes time, so we can raise question and get in touch and ask you more. Thank you so much. And now I'll move to the second paper. Dr. Rania Al-Majdoubi and Dr. Haifa Yahya, Department of English Language, University of Tripoli, Libya. This paper is titled The Integration of E-Learning to Professional Development Trainees, Design of Electronic Portfolios. you're given 15 minutes to present your paper, and before that, you please take 1 minute each to present yourself to us. Again, I apologize on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Jaber Abu Shawish, who has some electricity problem due to the last war in Gaza. He'll try his level best using external battery to join us shortly. By the meantime, we have to carry on. So please introduce yourself to us, Dr. Rania and Dr. Haifa. Then you're given 15 minutes to present your paper. Carry on, please.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Rania El-Majdubi.
Yes,
I'm one of the authors of the research paper that you've already presented. I'm a holder of a BA in English Language and Linguistics and a master's degree in Applied Linguistics and Intercultural Communication.
MashaAllah.
And I work as a senior lecturer at the University of Tripoli, and I also have a part-time job as a certified PSOL trainer. So let's move to my colleague, Ms. Haifa Yahya.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Haifa Yahya. I'm also a senior lecturer at Tripoli University and a master's degree holder in teaching English as a second language. Also, I have my research interest in teaching and how to implement the teaching methods, or how to move the trend from new teaching class or face-to-face to online classes, or how to implement online classes. So today I got a good chance to be a part of this conference, and I'm really glad to share a paper with my colleague Rania. So I let her the floor to start presenting the paper. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's fantastic. Glad to have you with us. Thank you so much. 3, 2, 1, carry on.
Thank you. So let me introduce some general ideas about the topic of my research paper. So it emphasizes the power of using digital technologies to transform teaching and learning, as having a very increasing impact on the advancements which are really happening in this era. And it also emphasizes the pedagogical affordances to make a positive change for teachers, educators, and of course, students, to lead to progression and creation of a more positive learning environment, to support the integration of electronic portfolios as one of the learning tools. And the context will be a teacher training program, which is called PSELT, which stands for the Professional Certificate in English Language Teaching. And the study, which is focusing on exploring and investigating the Libyan and Tunisian trainees' perceptions of designing and developing electronic portfolios within multicultural context of this professional training, in order to encourage self-directed learning towards gaining more of the learning experiences and achieving a bit better learning outcomes. So by moving to the study background, was, as I mentioned, it's about the PSELT, which is a professional certificate in English language teaching. And this training course is offered by Remedies, as a non-profit organization which works in partnership with World Learning, SIT, Washington, DC. And the training courses were delivered in Tunisia with 120 hours of inclusive delivery of different options, including the teaching methodologies, as well as a meaningful blend of theory and practice, including practice teaching, to be more of having more of applicability and implementation in different English language teaching contexts. But mainly it's a face-to-face training course, but of course with the integration of online peer and trainer feedback and interaction. Well, by addressing the problem statement, and personalizing the problem statement with the current research, learning, of course, in traditional classroom settings may limit the learner's capability to be responsible for their own learning. They could also be less aware of self-directed learning strategies, such as self-assessment, self-paced learning, self-reflection, self-discovery of information, and learning to set goals, besides being self-disciplined, organized, and autonomous. According to different authors, as having Kim as the main author. So by addressing this problem statement and making more personalized to the research paper and its context, well, we can infer that it's not really enough to implement professional training programs with too much emphasis on supplying and providing trainers with teaching methodologies, because it's not really sufficient enough. Therefore, we can have a kind of including the integration of technology, so that can provide the learning on the teaching context more of flexibility and adaptability. So we can say here the integration of electronic portfolios could increase the amount of learning within the framework of consolidating the learner's knowledge in e-learning environments. So we can say that the Libyan context in particular is very limited when it comes to the use of digital learning portfolios, and especially in the teacher education field of study, and with the combination of the e-learning environment. So this could be addressed as a problem statement, that we have a shortage of integrating the digital learning portfolios in the context of the teacher training program. So by addressing the research aims and questions, well, we can have one chunk of an aim, which is to investigate the Libyan and Tunisian trainees' perceptions of designing, co-designing, and developing their own electronic portfolios throughout the 2019 PSELT programs, in terms of the benefits and the challenges of developing these digital tools, leading to generate two main research questions. So the first question that will be addressed today with details is, what are the PSELT trainees' perspectives on the benefits of using electronic portfolios as a digital tool during the participation in the professional training programs in Tunisia? So there were two programs in the summer break. And the second question is about, to what extent are the professional development trainees were challenged to enhance the multimedia skills for designing and organizing their PSELT electronic portfolios? So of course, these two questions will be addressed by my colleague, Ms. Haifa, in the results and the discussion parts. But before we move on to these two parts, we can have the significance of this research. Well, we can say, well, equipping professional development trainees with kind of constructive knowledge and skills, which are really important for embedding and incorporating the technology use in their classroom practices and lesson planning, materials, course design, and assessment, of course. And the second point is about maximizing and increasing their social interactivity with their peers, of course, with much less time limitation, involving these PSELT trainees in online environments, and of course practices that could support them to learn at their own pace with a higher level of autonomy. And the last point is about empowering the teacher education trainees to explore more of these tools that could be implemented in online learning environments, of course, with less, let's say, more control of their learning, and their production and cascading and sharing of knowledge. By addressing the literature review, so move on to the literature review. We have a very brief definition of electronic portfolios as digital tools for collecting course materials and organizing these materials as a digital display of the projects and their achievements, competencies, of course, with the integration of multimedia features. So electronic portfolio is considered in this research from the perspective of being a process and a product. So the trainees go through a process to create, construct, and to collaborate so they can create their own portfolios at the end of the course. That leads to the product where they compile a collection of their work and their accomplishment in these electronic portfolios. So this research paper supports the learner-centered approach, independent learning, self-directed learning, autonomy in general, of course. So by
Dr.
looking
Nadia, just reminding you, 7 minutes, 8 minutes over and 7 minutes left.
All right, so I'm done. Yes. So the context, as I said, is a professional certificate in English language teaching, and the trainees were giving the outline of designing their own portfolios electronically, of course. So let me give the stage to my colleague Haifa to present the rest of the research paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rania. So now my turn to talk about methodology of this study. First of all, our study is qualitative and quantitative, so we use both ways to, it's a qualitative study and quantitative study. Our sample of the study, the respondents, they were 18 and service teachers. 6 of the participants were females, while the rest were males. They are taking a course consists of 120 hours face-to-face training, besides a communication via WhatsApp and Wiki Grammar Drive. So they have part of the course were face-to-face and the rest is online. The course has taken place at Remedies, Tunisia. Instrument of this study. As I mentioned, it's a qualitative and quantitative, so as both researchers decide to conduct an online questionnaire, part of this questionnaire was open-ended, so not the whole questionnaire, but just part of it. This questionnaire is adapted from Azwabi and modified by the researchers based on the PSEL training handbook. It consists of 12 items, and also it has two categories. The first one, it talks about benefits of the portfolio, while the second category talks about the challenges about e-portfolios. The first one, for the benefits, it measures based on 5-point Likert scale. Agreement type. It starts from 5 strongly agree to 1 strongly disagree. While the second category, it measures also based on 5-point Likert scale, but for the challenges level, measure challenges to normal, no challenges. Data collection and analysis. As I told you that the questionnaire was online, so it's created based on Google Form, distributed as a link to WhatsApp and Messenger groups. The data, and based on Excel sheets, the data presented in the forms of figures. Heading to the results. The results definitely will answer the research questions. So the research question number 1, or the first one, what are the PSEL trainees' perspectives of the benefit using e-portfolios as a digital tool during the preparation for PSEL course? As you see here, the PSEL, the benefits of e-portfolios, we have 4 benefits: demonstrating progress of learning and teaching competence, receiving immediate feedback, identify strengths, needs, and etc. for challenges, and create a space for collaboration, experience exchange, interaction, sharing, etc. Generally, looking at the figure, we will see the blue color here. It goes heading to the positive side. That means students, they have very positive they are agree that using e-portfolios is very beneficial for them. So this is the first one. The second thing, they mentioned 72% of the participants stated that demonstrating progress of learning and teaching competences happen through e-portfolios. And 61% mentioned that identifying strengths, learning needs, also this is with one of the e-portfolio beneficials. So all in all, this questionnaire shows that none of the participants disagree or strongly disagree about the beneficence of, or about the beneficence, yes, or beneficial benefits of e-portfolios. That means this is like a proof that they saw e-portfolio is very a benefit for them. By the way, they experienced e-portfolio for the first time. So for the first experience, this was very benefit for them. Moving to the second research questions, challenges encountered while designing e-portfolios. Well, if we look to the no challenges and to number 5 with major challenges, we obviously can say that they have almost no challenge for them. I mean, only would like to see 22.2 of the participants mentioned creation and edit PDF for a variety of computer applications. This might be a challenge. For me, as a person who is using computer, this is not a challenge, but this is lack of practice. I mean, it might be a challenge for you for the first, second, third time, but it wouldn't be a challenge for you for the 5th or 6th. So even the challenges that mentioned by the participants, therefore lack of practice, lack of equipment, classes, but it's not a challenge, a real challenge for a participant.
Dr. Haifa, 2 minutes. Dr. Haifa, 2 minutes.
Okay. For the, I would like just to go fast for the qualitative data. We use only qualitative data to support the quantitative ones. Some of them, for example, participants mentioned that he got constructive criticism through e-portfolio. Some of them, they can keep their teacher's accomplishment. Also, it shows evidence of effort and to be a professional. So they find for them, or they mentioned that they're very, very beneficial for them. Okay, this is for the results. For the challenges, most of the participants mentioned that there were no challenges worth to be mentioned. So for them they have very positive concerning using e-portfolios. And then they see that there is no to a minor challenges in terms of using e-portfolios. Now I go back to Rania to talk about, or to just round up the paper or the presentation.
All right, so we can have the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so after presenting the results,
you got 1 minute to finish your presentation.
1 minute left.
Make it 2,
all right,
maximum 2, please. Yes.
Maximum 2 minutes. All right, so we can see that the results were linked to different previous studies which addressed the digital portfolios and their use. So different previous studies, supported the results of the current study by promoting feedback, self-assessment and collaboration, self-directed learning and learner-centered approach. The participants' experiences with the process of designing the electronic portfolios will really supported the previous studies which investigated the independent learning and the diagnosing of the participants' strengths and weaknesses as they are going through the process of developing their electronic portfolios. So by addressing the recommendations, well, of course, we can recommend that more of the social interactivity through different online sites and mobile phone applications and platforms, including the Google sites, blog, WordPress, and so forth. We can also support, recommend that providing the trainees with more of effective learning opportunities by scaffolding and tracking their scaffolding of the steps and how they can transfer that knowledge into the implementation stage. And of course, one more recommendation is about expanding the horizons for continuing such a detailed descriptive analysis grounded in theory and practice of the sociocultural perspectives besides the collaborative learning. So to sum up, the presentation for today will, we can say, both of us as authors of this research paper.
Would you please just finish last statement?
Yes.
Dr. Rania?
All right.
Please.
So let me finish it with the last two sentences in the conclusion part. Is about the benefits of developing electronic portfolios is raising the learners' awareness of their needs and their goals for the learning process. As they are taking the teacher training programs, and at the end of the teacher training program as an outcome. And of course, there is fostering of the PSEL trainees' basic multimedia skills with very minor challenges. So we can encourage more of, electronic portfolios in teacher training programs in Libya and outside Libya. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for such a nice presentation. Thank you so much for being with us. Well, luckily, we've got Dr. Jaber Awashawish back. He overcome the technical problem he has, and we'll proceed to the next paper. And I give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Jaber. Dr. Jaber, are you with us?
Okay, yep. I'm
Yalla,
following
bismillah. Yalla, bismillah. Carry on.
Thank you very much for supporting me and backing me back. So thank you a lot. And let me thank Rania and Haifa for their fabulous and interesting and lovely presentation. That is because I'm one of the PSEL trainers in the Gaza Strip since 2014, and actually their presentation gripped my attention and curiosity. So thank you very much, Rania and Haifa, for this nice presentation. Now, we move on to the next presentation. Supposedly, and according to our schedule, it is by Dr. Nashat Al-Masri, Reem Abu Rizq, and Dr. Basim Ayoub. However, unfortunately, the presenter, Dr. Reem, is not joining us at the moment because of some technical problems. Electricity has run out. So we will come back to them, and I will proceed and move on to Dr. Khalid Dwikat. Dr. Khalid Dwikat.
Dr. Jaber, excuse me, just do you mean they won't present their paper in this session?
Yeah, they are, but I'm going to get back to them after.
So hopefully we can get them after they overcome electricity problem in Gaza. Okay,
yeah,
thank you so much. Carry on, please.
Sure.
Carry on.
So Dr. Khalid's article is entitled Investigating EFL Students' Engagement and Satisfaction with Online Learning at Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Khalid Dwikat is actually a lecturer at Al-Quds Open University. He's an associate professor of English language, curriculum and instruction at Al-Quds Open University. He has been working for since 1999 at Al-Quds Open University. 3 years ago, he became the chair of practicum courses and the graduation projects. In addition to being a full-time academic member at Al-Quds Open University, he had worked as part-time lecturer at Al-Najah National University in Nablus, Palestine. Dr. Khalid has published 25 research papers in the field of English language teaching, teacher education, blended learning, e-learning, and practicum training. Between 1999 and 2020, he participated in more than 30 conferences locally, regionally, and internationally. During his work at Al-Quds Open University, he participated in many international projects led by outside partners and sponsors, including the World Bank, Erasmus+, Cyprus University, and Belgium, British Council, Remedies. Actually, it is a very long, biography. We know Dr. Khalid has a lot of experiences. His academic interests areas are social learning, networks, educational, multimedia, open and distance learning, online learning, and special education technology. Dr. Khalid has journal articles published in international indexes, papers submitted to international meetings. So the floor is yours, Dr. Khalid, and you have 15 minutes. Hopefully, Dr. Khalid is with us. Dear colleague, Dr. Khalid, the floor is yours. The mic is yours. Is Dr. Khalid there?
He's there, but his mic is muted.
Yes,
So,
now
I will call him up.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaber, for introducing me. I appreciate your patience when you introduced me. I know the bio is somehow long, but you could shorten it up. It's okay. Firstly, can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, but will you maximize it just pressing on the button to the left? Yeah, please.
I'll do it, yeah.
No, the one to the left.
الكب إشارة الكب تحت يا دكتور خالد. أيوة, very good.
I know.
Thank you.
تفضل. Thank you very much. So, as Dr. Jaber has just mentioned, the title of my research paper is Investigating English as a Foreign Language Students' Engagement and Satisfaction with Online Learning at Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the title. Introduction, a brief introduction, as we can read, in response to the spread of COVID-19 around the world, all educational institutions were obliged to move from face-to-face teaching into online distance learning. And you know that Al-Quds Open University was no exception. Thus, to meet the requirements of this critical period in particular, Al-Quds Open University decided to use a web conferencing system entitled Big Blue Button to deliver online learning. So the content of all courses was delivered through virtual classes, in addition to weekly online discussion forums where each instructor meets his or her students virtually to discuss certain issues related to the course content. Furthermore, students had to sit for online exams that are accessed through the academic portal of Al-Quds Open University. So after 1 year of the transition to online learning, it seems that there's a need to find ways to keep EFL students engaged. So before I start with the structure of the paper, let me just define 3 keywords or 3 terms. The first one is online learning, and I think Dr. Majid, my colleague, defined it yesterday, I think, yes. And this is another definition of online learning. It's a learning process in which students realize learning far away by reaching many learning resources at the same time in an environment different from traditional learning teaching activities. This is according to Khan 2002. With regard to engagement, first, the Merriam-Webster dictionary describes the process of being engaged as having emotional involvement or commitment. This means that this definition, brief definition, indicates productive participation in learning activities, which is connected with the intensity of productive involvement with a particular activity, which means that students should be involved, should be active, should be active participants. With regard to satisfaction, it means the perception of enjoyment and accomplishment in the learning environment. So when students are satisfied, this means that they seem to enjoy learning. They seem to be involved in learning. According to Zayo and Wilkins, 2015, they maintain that student satisfaction is attained when real or perceived experiences fulfill or surpass personal expectations. So the objective behind carrying out this study is firstly to investigate EFL students' engagement and satisfaction with online learning, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, one further objective is to explore the role of students' gender and the place of residence on the extent of engagement. So this is about the context of the study. Again, I repeat, the continuing spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has forced all educational institutions in Palestine, whether in the, let me say, the public education sector, I mean schools, and higher education institutions. All of them were obliged or were forced to close in order to at least to limit the transmission of the pandemic. So all institutions were forced to move or to shift from face-to-face education into different forms or modes of content delivery, manifested by online learning or e-learning, blended learning, sometimes flipped learning, virtual learning, you know these names. So most of these forms are characterized by some kind of social distancing, in addition to the absence of face-to-face communication or interaction. And we know that communication and interaction both are very important for learning, especially when we talk, Dr. Majid and Dr. Jaber, about English as a foreign language, because there are different types of skills, mostly the speaking skill and the listening skill. These can be promoted through face-to-face interaction. Of course, they can be promoted through online learning and maybe using technologies. So the effect of not attending face-to-face lectures at Al-Quds University, especially with regard to the EFL lectures, can have unfavorable impact on the acquisition of English language skills, as revealed by Az-Zu'bi, for example, 2018, who found a strong impact of exposure to English language on language acquisition and language learning, in addition to a statistically significant correlation between exposure to language and developing the foreign language skills. This is about the problem of the study. I'm going to skip it. Okay. What is important to mention here is that, according to the researchers' best knowledge, there has not been studies in Palestine that examine the level of students' engagement and satisfaction with the online learning modes used by higher education institutions during the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. So this might explain, or let me say clarify, not just the problem, the importance or the significance of this study. So the questions of this study are as follows. The first one was, to what extent does online learning enhance EFL student engagement and satisfaction at QOU during COVID-19 pandemic? Are there statistically significant differences at alpha equals or less than 0.4, 0.5 in student satisfaction and engagement due to gender, number two, and due to place of residence? So regarding the significance, results of this study are hoped to provide the decision makers at QOU with recommendations to find ways, sometimes new ways, to sustain students' engagement and satisfaction, which contribute to the improvement of the quality of content delivery provided to EFL students in particular. By the way, in my literature review, there are more than 30 previous studies which show the importance of sustaining engagement and satisfaction. But I'm not going to mention them just to save time. So
I'm not going to interrupt you much, Dr. Khalid. Will you go faster to the procedures, to the results and recommendations?
Okay, yes,
please?
okay. 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 So these points show some significance. Okay. So the study design, a mixed method design combining both quantitative and qualitative data sources were used for data collection. And regarding the participants or the sample, a total of 229 EFL students, filled the questionnaire. Among them, 85.6% were females. Okay, and Dr. Jaber and Dr. Majid, why? Because most or the majority of EFL students at Al-Quds University are females. And only 14.4%, okay, were males. Okay. Concerning the place of residence variable, 58.9% live in a village, while 34.1% live in a city, and only 7% live in a refugee camp. Regarding the instruments, as I have just mentioned, the research involved 2 instruments. The first one, online questionnaire, which consisted of 2 sections. Usually the first part or the first section consists of demographic data. These about gender and the place of residence. And the second part includes 29 items using a 5-point Likert scale. In addition to this, the qualitative instrument involved a semi-structured interview conducted with 18 students, and this interview involved 3 basic questions. Of course, the questionnaire validity and reliability were checked, particularly the reliability scored 0.91. So the data collected quantitatively were analyzed using SPSS to provide answers to the questions of the study. So in this case means frequencies, standard deviations, percentages, and t-tests for independent samples. In addition to one-way analysis, ANOVA were used to find descriptive analysis. Now, to mention the quantitative results indicated that the total degree of students' engagement and satisfaction with online learning at Al-Quds University during the COVID-19 pandemic scored 72.1. Means equals 3.6, indicating a high degree, which means that students to some extent were highly engaged and satisfied with online learning procedures or system at Al-Quds Open University. Again, the results also revealed no statistically significant differences in students' engagement and satisfaction with online learning at QOU during the COVID-19 pandemic, either due to gender and the place of residence. Of course, in the discussion, I tried my best to discuss why, and especially by citing some previous studies or the results of some previous studies. Regarding the qualitative results, there were 3 questions. The first one was, what do you think of online learning implemented by Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic? By the way, the interviews, Dr. Jaber, were conducted using social media applications, mostly the Messenger, WhatsApp, in addition to using the portal, the academic portal. So these are just some, let me say, answers. I tried my best to cite some
Khalid,
of them, not all of them.
1 minute is remaining. I'm sorry.
Yes. I am going to finish in 1 minute. It has been successful. These are given by different students. It has been successful. I mean, online learning. It has been successful and has contributed to the continuity of education. It was a critical phase with some difficulties sometimes. The university succeeded, although there were some weaknesses, through virtual meetings, the university was able to compensate for face-to-face lectures, especially the forum discussions, the discussions. Online learning is very useful and very beneficial. Question number 2, to what extent was online learning benefit, or to what extent do you benefit from online learning? Online learning helped me to join the classes from home. My academic achievement has become better, developing our electronic skills, raising our cumulative grades, making better use of electronic lectures. Online learning is allowing me to study at the comfort of my house with more convenience. I am a married student, and I have a home and responsibilities. This was a positive effect, and etc. Question number 3, it was about do you prefer, what do you prefer, face-to-face learning or online? So these are questions, some answers. I prefer face-to-face learning because it's the way that I used to learn, and we could see each other and connected better face-to-face. I prefer e-learning more in some subjects as we learned new and interesting methods. Traditional learning is better and more convenient. This is the opposite idea.
Thank you very much,
Dr.
Khalid. Those can be concrete evidence that online learning can substitute or can be solution for disasters like the pandemic. So I
prefer e-learning over traditional, more convenient, etc. Face-to-face, because you can see and interact well with your teacher, unlike online learning. I prefer the face-to-face learning because it develops my relationship with teachers and the classmates. It also helps to get the best results. I prefer face-to-face education because the student is more involved in university life.
Kindly
and also for
mute your
recommendations.
Mic.
Okay, yes. Recommendations, these are just initial recommendations. By the way, Al-Quds University is recommended to employ all possible technological tools to support students' access to learning, as well as promoting students' learning engagement. Al-Quds University can invest in social networks for providing students with multiple options to interact and learn. Al-Quds University is recommended to use web conferencing tools that offer online interaction. Al-Quds University is recommended to provide EFL students with more opportunities to get engaged when using the online environment.
Thank you much,
and lastly,
my dear colleague.
Lastly, researchers are recommended to conduct qualitative research that aims to investigate students' engagement and satisfaction. And thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khalid.
Thank you very much.
Actually, we would like to give you extra time, but we have a lot of participants waiting. So thank you very much for the interesting and informative presentation. And hopefully these papers will be passed on to the different participants, because I have seen on the chat board that people like Dr. Yusuf has been interested in your study, and me too. I'm much interested in this. So we move on to the third, or the fourth paper in this session, and it is by Dr. Nash'at al-Masri, Dr. Reem Abu Rizq, and Dr. Basim Ayoub. Their paper is titled as EFL Sociolinguistic Perceptions about Using Virtual Classrooms in Learning Listening at Al-Quds Open University during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I give you the mic, Dr. Reem, let me introduce Dr. Nash'at, Dr. Basim, and you. So Dr. Nash'at al-Masri is a lecturer at Al-Quds Open University since the year 2000. He has a bachelor's degree of arts in English literature, master of linguistics, and he is a PhD candidate in teaching drama in Palestine University. He is interested in researches focusing on comparative literature, linguistics, and education. This is in brief and in short about Dr. Nash'at. Dr. Nash'at really has very long experiences. Dr. Basim is a master degree or has a master degree in English literature. He worked in Al-Quds Open University for more than 2 decades, where he has worked in several academic and administrative positions in Al-Quds Open University, and he's now the assistant of the Dean of the Faculty of Arts. Dr. Basim is interested in conducting research and translation, literature, and online teaching. And back to the presenter, Dr. Reem Abu Rizq. Dr. Reem has got her PhD in curriculum and instruction of English language. She has been from the Arab Republic of Egypt, as I guess. She has been teaching English for more than half a decade at the Palestinian University. She attended many conferences and symposiums for developing teaching and learning English. Ms. Reem is interested in editing, writing research papers, writing stories, translation, literature, applied linguistics, and particularly TEFL. She will present on behalf of her colleagues. So the floor is yours, Dr. Reem, and you will have 5 minutes. And one last thing, Reem has been one of my students in the master's degree. I was her external examiner in the Islamic University, I guess, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah, the floor
Okay,
is yours,
thank you.
Dr. Reem.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Jaber. So, Salam alaikum. Hello. It's my pleasure to be involved in this conference with the great professors and researchers from around the world. Today, inshallah, we'd like to share our experience with my colleague, Dr. Nashat Al-Masri and Dr. Basim Ayub, and me, Reem Rizq. So I hope you like it. So I'm sharing my PowerPoints.
Yeah, share screen.
Dr. Jaber, in case if she lost the internet connection, she can call you up or can call me up and she can speak and everybody will listen to her from the mobile only.
Okay, I guess Dr. Nashat can present on
yes,
on
okay then
behalf.
you carry on. You carry on.
So Dr. Nashat, can you hear us?
Is she there? Or is Dr. Reem
I
there?
just want to make clear that during the war in Gaza, the Israeli missiles try to attack the infrastructure in each and everything in different places in Gaza. So our colleagues in Gaza suffer severely from the bad condition of the infrastructure of electricity, internet, this and that. Hopefully our colleagues, we can overcome this problem and inshallah we will be able to present their paper. Thank you so much.
Is my screen
yeah
clear?
Dr. Nashat, the floor is yours.
So I really apologize for Dr. Reem's inconvenience. I believe that she had a problem with the electricity. Let me start. The novel coronavirus disease in 2019 has challenged the globe with unprecedented problems that challenge the current global and national socio-political, economic, and educational landscapes.
Dr.
The
Nashat,
World Health Organization,
Reem is back.
WHO declared the coronavirus epidemic a pandemic. In light of the rising concern about the current COVID-19, a growing number of universities across the world have either postponed or canceled all campus events. So this compelled colleges to dramatically change their teaching learning process and assessment, especially in the education system. E-learning has been found to be a significant tool for effectively continuing the teaching learning process during the lockdown. So this is very important. So when we talk about e-learning and COVID-19, just a minute. Many studies and reviews showed that online education can be used as a main system of education in the future. In the report of UNESCO 2020 and Murphy 2020, the online system of education will be as effective as school-based methods in the future. So by 2030, technology will reshape the universities. I believe Reem is back. So could you carry on, Dr. Reem?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Nashat. So e-learning and in the light of
I'll share my screen and you can go on from your side.
Okay, so e-learning in the light of COVID-19 has changed the process of education to include different e-learning components of different types of discussion, either synchronous or asynchronous or collaborative activities, discussions, collaborations, e-coaching, and e-monitoring. So here we have like a TEFL, and in the light also of COVID-19, a teacher asks students to practice English using different apps to develop different skills of English language. So here we have to pose the questions focusing on listening skill. So this paper aims to discover what listening look like. So for students, and how do we create effective virtual listeners? So Al-Quds Open University proved to be effective in this field as adopted different techniques of blended learning and the platforms such as Big Blue Button and Blackboard, Whiteboard, Moodle, and WhatsApp, Zoom, Telegram, etc. So here also the staff training supervisors have been trained very well to use a various virtual classroom to be updated with the modern and recent technology. So here's the object of our study is aimed to find students' perceptions about their interaction with instructors, with colleagues, and also students' perceptions about virtual classroom language learning atmosphere. So the current research focusing mainly on students' psycholinguistic perceptions on the various elements of learning experience. So the study tools and the community focusing on the questionnaire, it includes 28 items that are designed by researchers to collect the data, and also the students are about 134 that are enrolled in listening skills course from all the branches of Al-Quds Open University. So here, as you see, the findings and discussions, we have here many graphics that are collected through our questionnaire. So here, most students have a positive attitude towards virtual classroom as it's improved a real interaction. Also, it helps to interact with learners and colleagues to make a revision, discussions, feedback, also to build a trust and enhance relationship with teacher and the students, as also add a lively activities in their virtual classes. Plus, also most students agree that listening platforms enhance their listening skills as they using various and diversity of apps of digital classroom. However, some students believe that a noisy atmosphere background are a major challenge for virtual classroom. So I'd like to share with you this graphic of I would like here to say this phrase that the whole body listening. So we consider diversity of what various body do. So we share this, okay, as students should be have a different styles, as you know, according to the multiple intelligences and different styles of the students. So we should, as teachers and instructors, discover students' listening styles using different visual media displays, and also giving students freedom and space to discover their ways to listen And also we have to advise a curriculum designer that they should vary digital activities and make use of technology tools to practice listening more. And also universities should equip with required training their staff and methodology of using virtual classroom. Also, teachers should copy with innovation and recent development of education, of digital and their teaching practices. And also universities should consider using technology and recorded classes even after COVID-19 to match the socio-technology. Yeah, thank you so much. You are welcome if you have any questions.
Dr. Jaber is praying, so thank you very much, Dr. Reem, Dr. Nashad, Dr. Basim, for the nice presentation and for being actually less than the time, and this is what actually we need because we are 1 hour behind the time. Thanks a lot for the presentation, the study is worth actually searching about. That's what I wrote. So here is Dr. Jaber. Yeah, Dr. Jaber, yes. Go on, Dr. Jaber.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf.
تقبل الله يا دكتور جابر.
Thank you very much. الحمد لله. بارك الله فيكم. تقبل الله منا ومنكم صالح الأعمال. Thank you, Dr. Reem, Dr. Nashat, Dr. Basim for your presentation. Actually, I know that Dr. Nashat is so interested in sociolinguistics and sociolinguistic studies, and I have witnessed some of and I've read some of his scientific and academic product in this field. Okay, just to buy time, we will have like 15 minutes for discussion. So if you have any question for the presenters for today, and we have 4 presenters in this session, starting with Mr. Blake and ending with Dr. Reem, including Dr. Khalid and Rania and Haifa. So please, your questions, your comments in brief and in short, and name the person you are asking. So thank you. 15 minutes discussion. You can use the reactions to raise your hands in case you have any question. Okay, I myself may have a question for Rania and Haifa.
Dr. Jaber.
Yes.
Just maybe a question and a comment for Dr. Khalid.
Okay.
I would like to ask Dr. Khalid.
I will give him a chance, but let me just ask a question because I'm so interested in Rania and Haifa's, paper here. Can you tell us, Rania or Haifa?
Yes.
You mentioned that the pea salt in Tunisia. Isn't there a pea salt in Libya?
Actually, okay. Thank you so much for your question. I'm Haifa, and let me answer your question.
Okay.
Actually, we have like a pea salt, yes, a group of Libyan, they were taking a pea salt in Tunisia. So we don't have like American embassy in Libya, but we have like a section or yeah, we are, I mean, as a Libyan, we are taking a pea salt in Tunisia, not in Libya.
That is why. So you are a pea salt trainer, certified trainer?
Yes.
Great. So how many students do you train in each session?
In each session, I think in the past 3 groups have been trained in Tunisia, and each group consists of 12 to 15 participants. But this year, this is for the first time this year, PSL will be conducted in Libya.
Great. So actually, would you kindly pass me your email so that we can contact for benefit of both? Because as I mentioned, I'm a certified trainer for the PSL since 2014 in Gaza Strip. So it would be my honor so that we can exchange experiences regarding the PSL in our two countries. So thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Khalid, your question. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just briefly, thank you, Dr. Khalid, for the excellent presentation. I understand that you wanted to speak much, and you really enjoyed your presentation. I got to know out of your presentation that your students at Al-Quds University prefer face-to-face while learning English, and reminding everybody that Palestine English is taught in Palestine as one of the expanding Englishes, not inner circle, not outer circle. So it's a foreign language in Palestine. What if this Corona pandemic continued for other 2-3 semesters? I can understand out of your recommendations that the quality of education delivered through virtual classes or online learning will not be enough for our students to grasp the good knowledge and to have more qualified. Will this quality of education be affected for the coming future, I mean next semester? Or do you have some plans at Al-Quds University in case if this thing continued to have like plan B or C, since you won't be able to have face-to-face classes during this period? Thank you so much.
Yes, Dr. Majid. طبعا يعني let me say it depends on the decision makers' plans. But يعني as a researcher, we recommend something to be done. Hopefully that يعني let me say the COVID-19 pandemic will be over. As you know that we يعني in the coming semester, the first semester, everything will be okay regarding education in Palestine. We hope so. So I think we will go back to have something like a blended learning, and this is what we learn from the pandemic. And all countries nowadays think of blended learning as one solution, even if we go back to the natural circumstances. Why? Because this pandemic taught us a lot. You know, in some cases we need or we can use technology, and we can invest in technological tools in order to compensate for any expected loss. So I hope that everything will be okay in the very near future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Majid and Dr. Khalid. Yes. Mr. Jihad, yes. Feel free to ask your question.
Thank you. Actually, I wrote a question on the chat concerning peer-to-peer interaction to Dr. John. Throughout my experience, especially when it comes to heterogeneous classes from different cultures, I found difficulties during my teaching face-to-face. I have students from Japan, from Nigeria, Syria, South America, and there are a lot of differences. Japanese are shy, they like to listen, not to talk, and they answer the question if they are 200% sure. Errors make them shy. Others from Syria, they don't let you finish your question, they answer without taking permissions. So it was difficult to make, for example, divide them into groups. That was during face-to-face, but I'm not sure if that is the same case during e-learning. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, my group are only Japanese students. It's a homogeneous group. So my problem is a little bit different. My problem is that all the students are shy. None of the students want to talk. And On top of that, they're all computer scientists, so they love computers and mathematics. So they're really not willing to communicate even in Japanese. So it's a little bit of a different situation, but I have taught in the UK and Egypt when you have lots of different nationalities together. And of course, as you know, some people want to share and talk and some people want to listen, or some people can share and some people cannot share. And that's the same whether it's face-to-face or whether it's online. But of course, when you get students to do something through technology, you have one new barrier. You have the technological barrier. A lot of the students that I deal with, they're very savvy with their mobile phone. So if it's on a mobile phone in an app, they can do it. But if you want them to use some specialist software on the computer, then it becomes really difficult. So yeah, I take a problem. There are there are lots of issues. It's not smooth, but we've got to do our best.
Thank you. I got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. John. I can add one thing. Once I read an article about Japanese students, why they feel shy asking questions. Sometimes because they feel it is shame to ask their teacher. Is that right?
Pretty much, yeah. And it's also a gender thing. If you're a male, you do not want to make a mistake in front of everybody else. But as you may know, in Japan, gender equality is not very good. If you're a female and you make a mistake, that's okay. So what you'll find is that the females in the class will tend to ask questions and the males will be silent. But of course, I'm in a computer science university, only 5% of the students are female. So it's not many.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Yeah, do we have any more questions? Really interesting and useful questions. So in case we don't have any questions or commentaries, we will end this session.
Dr. Jaber, can I just say one thing?
Okay.
Okay. Let me first
within 1 minute time, Dr.
Okay. I'd like to thank you all, the scientific committee, the steering committee, and all those who work hard to make this conference a success story. And in addition, I'd like to thank my students, really, who were ready to answer and to respond to the questionnaire and to the interview. I trust my students, and really I like very, very much, I like their comments, their responses, their answers, which means that, Dr. Jaber, our students can be creative. So if we work with them together, I think we can make them more appropriate, or let me say more qualified for the coming future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, everybody, for your attendance, for your attentive listening, for your participations, for your talks. And actually, I here announce the ending of the second part of the first session. So thank you very much from the deepest of my heart. And the floor is yours, Dr. Majid. I guess Dr. Majid is busy having. So the floor is yours, Dr. Majid. We have announced the ending we have announced the ending of the session.
Dr. Jaber, thank you so much. Shukran, thank you for giving me the floor. In fact, this I took as a chairperson of this session on behalf of Dr. Hisham Ektesh for the personal reasons. We're supposed to have طبعا بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وضمن فعاليات المؤتمر الدولي المنعقد بترتيب ومن المركز الديمقراطي العربي ببرلين بألمانيا، وبالشراكة مع عدة جامعات على رأسها جامعة القدس المفتوحة وجامعة بنغازي وجامعة طرابلس وجامعة الموصل وجامعات أخرى في الوطن العربي الكبير. وفي اليوم الأخير وفي الجلسة الأخيرة لدينا ورقتان. الورقة الأولى لسومن مخرجي, but due to certain circumstances he won't present his paper. So one paper is left, and that's for Dr. Yusuf Zarnawi Omar, who's present with us. The paper titled Role of Media Literacy in Teaching English Classes in Department of English at Libyan Public Universities in Post-Pandemic Coronavirus. And of course, Dr. Yusuf, as a presenter today, is the Executive Director of the Arab Democratic Center, a Director of the Institute of Human Resources in Ministry of Education of Libya, and he's the head of Asian European Studies in Faculty of Languages in University of Benghazi. Dr. Yusuf, the floor is yours, and you got 15 minutes to present your final paper. Carry on, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and we are terribly sorry for those who actually stayed late, because we are maybe more than 1 hour late, and we are terribly sorry for that. So my paper is that, can I share my paper? So yes,
sure.
This is my paper.
Sure. تفضل دكتور.
So as you see, my paper is about the teaching English classes in departments of English at Libyan public or state universities coronavirus post-pandemic. The idea of this study, in fact, that took on my mind when that was last year, actually, when the fatal virus, coronavirus, actually invaded almost all parts of the world, including my country, Libya. So actually, all universities were shut down, and students couldn't go to school to study, and actually we were in trouble because we are not aware of using technology in our schools or universities, either students or teachers. So most of the teachers, in fact, most of the students couldn't even join or use the internet, use the computer, namely for the educational classes, let's say Google Classroom or Zoom or whatever. So they are actually, most of them are used just only to Facebook, which is a social place. It's not academic place that we can deliver our classes on. So as we all know that teaching of English in university or universities in Libya in general, actually we focus on accuracy rather than fluency. So what's the focus is that students know about the language, but not how to use the language. And this is actually a problem, that when most of the students encounter some problems, let's say outside, overseas, namely for those who go to study their PhD or graduate studies outside, they encounter trouble to use the language because they don't know how to use the language, though they know how or what's language. They know about English. That's what Chomsky called competence, or Vygotsky called egocentric thought, or Mr. called lang. But actually, they lack how to perform this knowledge into something speech, reality. This is what we have in our mind. In fact, we call it dead language. It's not language, but it's dead language. When it's transferred to the others as a way of communication, so we can call it language. Otherwise, it's dead language and it's not language. We can call it thought and it's not language. So as we know that we live in the 21st century, this is the era of technology, the era of the internet. So we have to be part of this world, otherwise we'll be separated from the other parts of the world. So the technology actually invades our life. So namely for the kids, we say that the era now is 24/7 technology. So we find kids that say that using cell phones, these iPads, but they are not using such devices in educational terms, but they use it, for example, games and other things, watching videos, using the game that's Bonji, or I don't know even how to pronounce this this name, Bonji or Bongi, I don't know. But they are not accustomed to use such devices in educational basis. We know that the coronavirus actually affects not only the educational system, but also the all economical, social, political, and other factors or sectors in the whole parts of the world. So we have to encounter such a fatal virus, because if not, so we will be actually a way of education. So how can we tackle this problem? How can we encounter this fatal virus? Through technology. We have to shift our traditional method of teaching, shift our traditional method of theories of learning into something relevant to technology. So we have to shift strategies from lecturing, from teaching or learning in classes into teaching and learning through technology, using some educational platforms such as Google Classroom or Zoom or whatever, Telegram, whatever. For the education system in Libya, as we know that it depends mainly on lecturing. The teacher comes into the classroom and talks, does everything, whereas students just only sit as spongy. They observe whatever given to them by the teacher, whether it's right or not, so don't have any opinion regarding this issue. Actually, they are not critical thinkers. They think just only, just memorize whatever given to them, and they come to the exam and answer well and get high grades. But in fact, when it comes to reality, they are zero. They cannot even say a simple sentence and communicate a situation. Even if they do so, they do it in something we call systematic. We know that language is something we do without thinking. So when we talk the language, in fact, we don't think of what we are saying. Otherwise, we become not convincing, because it's become such as parroting, or such as the machine that's we call systematic, such as the computer. So we need to use the language as native speakers do the language. We have to think as native speakers think. We have to behave such as native speakers. Why? Because language is behavior. First, we need to change our behavior to use the language, because when we use the language, in fact, we are not talking language, but we are talking cultures. When I talk, for example, with Americans, so I have to be American. I have another persona. I know this is my persona, or let's say original persona is Arabic. But when I think as an Arabic, so in this case, I cannot interact with other people in the United States, for example, because they are different in mentalities. So I have to be an American when I'm in America. I have to be rich when I am in the United Kingdom or something like that, such as be as Roman or do as Romans do when you are in Rome. This is what the example. So the method of teaching, as you know, for those who are aware of the educational system in Libya, actually, it's a grammar translation method. And you know, this method was invented, in fact, in 1783, maybe about 400, maybe 500 years ago. And it was used to teach German to English or people, or vice versa. Why? Because this method at that time was successful, because English and German are the same language, in fact. We call it West Germanic language. But when we apply this method on our system here, in fact, there's a difference, a huge difference, let's say, between Arabic language and English language. As you know, that Arabic language belongs to something we call it Islamic language, whereas also the syntactical structure of both languages are different. Arabic is structural language, whereas English is analytical language. The other thing that most of the teachers, in fact, they ignore that the theories of learning. In fact, we are not teaching for learners, but we are teaching for ourselves. Our roles in the classroom is teachers, whereas our roles should be facilitators. Our role should be to help learners learn, not to teach. So we ignore actually theories of learning. We ignore how learners think, how learners should learn the language. So if we apply actually the theory of learning, actually we apply the traditional one that's we call behaviorism, in which that the learners repeat after their teachers, such as first without even understanding the meaning. Whereas we we lack, or maybe we ignore the main function of the language, which is a way of communication. It's a social phenomena. So we ignore the role of the language. So in this case, we fail to teach our learners how to use the language in community situation. So we need actually to use the media literacy. We have to shift from literacy, which is reading and writing, to media literacy and using technology in teaching and learning. And instead of focusing on how to read or how to write, to be literate or literate to, so we have literate. So we have to focus on how to use the media, how to use technology to be literate. So this is the methodology of this study, in fact, that I faced in a qualitative research method in which I interviewed 20 participants from 9 universities at Libya. I interviewed with them face-to-face for those who are in the area close to Benghazi. Whereas for the others, I used technology in this case, such as Zoom or Facebook or telephone, whatever. So I'm using a kind of media to enhance or to start to conduct this study. I'm not going to talk about the data analysis because the time limitation. So when I interviewed these 9 universities, the participants, 20 participants from 9, I discovered, in fact, 5 universities don't use technology at all. They start teaching in classes. Though the danger, in fact, you know, the coronavirus, they ask the students to come to classes and teach them face-to-face. In this case, in fact, what happens is that they shorten the curriculum. Instead of giving, for example, 4 months, they give just only 2 months. And they give them questions, let's say, just only to help them to pass the course. Also, one of the challenges that I personally encounter, for me personally, I did some classes on TV, about maybe 25 classes. I recorded on Telegram, and but sometimes actually the power, you know, that namely in Benghazi or Libya in general, Benghazi in specific, the power actually sometimes goes at that time. I talk about a year ago because the study was last year. Sometimes goes out for maybe 15 hours, sometimes 20 hours, sometimes for 2 days. So we find actually difficulties to using technology in delivering our classes. The other thing is the internet. For example, here I am not in a home, in fact. Yesterday I was home, so I got a lot of trouble here. I'm in a company that's specialized for the internet. So every day I go to a specific place to deliver or to use the internet. The other thing, the most of the teachers, let's say, or most of the students are not familiar with the technological or the educational technological platforms. Let's say they are not aware. If you say that Telegram or Zoom, whatever, they have no idea about such educational programs. Even if they have such educational information about this, the idea is that they don't subscribe for such educational programs. So they use free ones. As we know that using, for example, Zoom, you cannot exceed, for example, 40 minutes. You cannot put, for example, more than 40 students. So in this case, that when I, for example, I passed this experience while teaching class through the Zoom, 40 minutes, and we make another link to start another 40 minutes. It's a kind of a cheating, in fact. Whereas the universities don't actually give us money or subscribe in such platforms. Also, the socio-economic challenges. Most of the teachers, most of the students, in fact, don't have the money to buy laptops, for example, to buy computers, new computers. As we know that the new technology requires new devices. So the laptop that, let's say, worked, for example, 2 years ago, might not work these days because of the updating of the technological educational platforms or other things, or maybe because of software, new software. So also lack of motivation. In fact, motivation, as we know, that it's very important for us as teachers to motivate our students. So as I say always, language depends, in fact, on interaction, because language is not just only verbal. Language is not just only to say words, but there's something we call paralinguistics. This is language. Language, for example, when you say, how are you? When you say, I'm fine. This is not language. No, it's not language. No one knows whether you are fine or not. But what gives the meaning of I'm fine is the paralinguistic. For example, how are you? I'm fine. You know that I'm not fine, though I say I'm fine. So what gives the word meaning? Not the word itself, but the people who say this word. For example, you say, what are you doing? So here we say that I'm writing. What are you doing? For example, if I come to my office and find you there, what are you doing? It means that why are you here? If I find you another place, for example, what are you doing? It means that I'm astonished. You shouldn't be here. So what gives meaning, in fact, not just only words, just only to deliver words, to deliver classes, but interaction is very important, namely for teaching and learning languages, or we call it paralinguistics. For the recommendations, actually, I see that the other thing is that what I know is that sometimes within the university itself, let's say the University of Benghazi, we have Faculty of Languages, and we have Faculty of Education. Within Faculty of Education, we have Department of English, and within Faculty of Languages, we have Department of English. Actually, within the same university, but they use different websites, they use different platforms. So, for example, at the University of Benghazi, that's the Faculty of Language, they use, for example, Telegram. The other use another platform. So we have to unify. We have to make agreement about what we use, and in this case, when we agree about what we use, we can give training courses, we can give intensive courses about how to use such platforms. Also, we need to subscribe for these programs. We have to pay to get space, to get time, to get maybe we can deliver. We know that there are a lot of features for using such programs, but because we don't pay for these, so we don't have any features, just only to speak for 20 or 40 minutes, and the number of the students will be limited to 40 students, not exceeding 40. Training is very important. We need to train our students. We need to train our teachers how to use such programs to get the benefit required. Workshops is very important. This is a good example about this conference. This is very important because we get knowledge from one another, we learn from one another, we share ideas, and in this case, we can improve the educational system in our countries. Also, libraries should have, as Jessica is now with me, I used to be at the University of Missouri, Columbia. Internet is everywhere. Wherever you go, you find internet till the morning, 24/7. Wherever you go, you find internet, and the internet speed is 300, for example. So here, let's say that the university should provide internet libraries so students can join, can do educational programs. Also, we have network-based teaching environments. We have to make the relationship should be good with the students and teachers. If the relationship is not good, so learners can never learn. If the relationship is good, so teachers or the students can accept what teachers give them. So we need to make the network-based teaching environments with the students and teachers. Motivation, as we know, is very important. Improving education systems in our countries. In fact, I'm not talking about Libya, but I'm talking about most developing countries. Also, we need to change the methodology of teaching. In fact, what's used or what the teachers, the methods of teaching used now are not up to date. We have to go to the communicative language teaching approach, or at least direct method, which that we use English and English and English, not use Arabic. So using Arabic in our classes, in fact, is not good, and it makes that the students actually become, let's say, dependent. So they don't use the language English because they depend on using Arabic. Teach also integrating technology with in the classes. This is very important. I think I'm on time if I pass.
Dr. Yusuf, in fact, I just already given you 2 minutes extra. I didn't want to interrupt you. No, it's okay. Since your talk was valuable, I didn't want just to interrupt you. Thank you so much for this excellent presentation.
I didn't have time.
And giving us your experience. Colleagues, you have 5 minutes for any questions for Dr. Yusuf for the last session. Yes, before we give the floor to Dr. Abdul Rauf for starting the finishing ceremony and waiting Dr. Suhaib and Dr. Karim to join us formally to start with the final ceremony. Any comments, question for Dr. Yusuf concerning his
Dr.
paper,
Majid, I have a comment.
Sure. Further, Doctor. Well, we would like to welcome Dr. Hisham Yusuf Abu Ghosh from Ramallah, who joined us. He's one of the distinguished faculty members, and he just finished his services in the university this year. So we regret not having this very nice, excellent, distinguished professor at our university. And I'm grateful to you for joining us for tonight. Come on, carry on, Dr. Hisham. Yes, please.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Majid. Thank you so much. At the beginning of your presentation, Dr. Yusuf, first of all, good evening to you and to everyone attending here. At the beginning of your presentation, you talked about accuracy and fluency. Yeah. By the way, the same applies to our university students in Palestine. Yeah. Students are accurate, but they are not fluent. Yeah. They are very good at grammar, but they are not very good at conversation. When it comes to conversation, most students cannot express themselves in a couple of sentences without making several mistakes. Yeah, I agree. So this applies, I think, to most Arab countries. I think the solution for this problem is that we as teachers should encourage our students to express themselves all the time. We should organize activities inside the classroom, yeah, I agree. Group works, pair works, so that students can speak English all the time. And we should, the classroom should not be teacher-centered. You know, in most our classrooms, teachers keep talking all the time for 2 hours, and the students are given a very minimal amount of time to express themselves. This is the problem. So even when we are teaching a theoretical material, we should encourage our students and we should create the opportunities and chances for our students to express themselves. This is the first point, which I agree with you. But let me disagree with you on another point. When you talked about when I'm in America, I should be an American, or I should behave like Americans. I think I should think in the English language whenever I want to speak English, whenever I want to express myself in English. But I don't have to be an American, because I have my own culture, I have my own nationality, my own identity. I can keep it, but I have to keep in mind that I should respect the other's cultures. But at the same time, I can talk about myself and my culture in my own way. I should not make any cultural mistakes. But I don't have to be an American. For example, when I speak with a Jew or an Israeli, I don't have to be a Jew. I can express myself, my own culture, my own identity in my way, but I should always keep in mind that the other's culture should be respected. This is the second point. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. The representation has been an excellent one. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for the comment. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Majid, unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham, for being with us. وباسم لجنة المؤتمر نقدم لك تعازينا بوفاة أحد أقربائك، وحتى صباحا تم اقتحام.
شكر الله سعيكم.
عظم الله وأجركم إن شاء الله.
شكر الله سعيكم.
Just في اليوم the Israeli authorities attacked health centers in Ramallah. And they arrested Dr. Hisham's brother-in-law also. Unfortunately, the Israeli forces attacked the health centers in Ramallah.
And by the way, he's a teacher at Al-Quds Open University, Mr. Farid.
One of our staff. Yes. You must have seen this at Al Jazeera. But it's okay. Thank you for. Let's go back to our conference. Thank you so much, Dr. Hisham, for being with us. And thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf, for your presentation and for your understanding of whatever remarks we have. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. بالأذان الذي تسمعونه اليوم والآن من مدينة قلقيلة بشمال الضفة الغربية 15 كيلومتر عن البحر الأبيض المتوسط، وتتوسط الضفة الغربية ما بين غزة والقدس. أعلن اختتام الجلسة النهائية والأخيرة في اليوم الرابع من جلسات التقديم الأوراق العلمية للمؤتمر. From the city of Qalqilia, where I live in the West Bank, Palestine, I would like to announce the ending of the last session of discussion papers for today. And I will give you 5 minutes just break. Then we'll inshallah start the closing ceremony with Dr. Abdul Raouf Khrewish. بعد إذنكم أسعد الله مساكم 5 دقائق استراحة بالضبط 5 دقائق، وإن شاء الله بعد 5 دقائق بالتمام والكمال سنعطي المايك للدكتور الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف خريوش الذي سيدير الجلسة الأخيرة. ستكون كلمة للدكتور عبد الرؤوف خريوش كرئيس اللجنة التحضيرية للمؤتمر متبوعة بتوصيات المؤتمر تلقيها الدكتورة وسام الشوا من غزة. أما الكلمة الختامية لرئيس اللجنة للمؤتمر ورئيس المؤتمر الدكتور يوسف ستكون بعد ذلك، ومن ثم ختام المؤتمر سألقيها. وشكرا لتفضلكم علي بتكليفي بإلقاء هذه الكلمة الختامية للمؤتمر، ومن ثم ينهي رسميا الدكتور عبد الرؤوف خريوش رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية المؤتمر. 5 دقائق بالضبط إن شاء الله سننتقل، وأرجو أن يكون قد انضم لنا الأخ الفاضل المحترم جدا الدكتور صهيب، ونقدر ونثمن جهوده معنا في الدعم خلف المايك وخلف الكاميرات، وكذلك الدكتور كريم نائب المؤتمر. وبارك الله فيكم جميعا. أرجو من جميع من لهم كلمات في حفل الختام أن يكونوا على جاهزية، حيث سنعاود استئناف الجلسة الختامية في غضون 3 دقائق إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيكم والسلام عليكم.
يسمح لي بالتدخل سيدي الرئيس؟
تفضل دكتور أخي الدكتور كريم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنه لشرف عظيم أن نختتم أشغال هذا المؤتمر القيم والكبير جدا، والذي تميز على طيلة أيامه بتنوع المداخلات وتنوع المتدخلين من مختلف الدول في العالم. فقد سعدنا جدا بوجود مشترك من أقصى الأرض، من هونغ كونغ إلى من أقصى الشرق إلى أقصى الغرب في ولاية واشنطن دي سي. ومن هنا نحيي كل المتدخلين جميعا ونشكر أعضاء
بعد إذنك دكتور يوسف، نحن افتتحنا رسميا الجلسة الختامية بكلمة الدكتور كريم عايش. الآن افتتحنا بهذه الشخصية المحترمة المؤدبة الكريمة. يحمل منك اسمك الكثير. إذا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دكتور عبد الرؤوف تفضل بافتتاح الجلسة الختامية وإعطاء مداخلة للدكتور كريم عايش نائب رئيس المؤتمر العربي الديمقراطي. بعد إذنك دكتور يوسف لكي ندخل الدكتور كريم
طبعا هو
بالجلسة الختامية وليس قبلها.
أنا دكتور ماجد، أنا بعثت له رسالة وبدأ داخل كريم هو حقيقة هو اللي قام حقيقة. هو
إذا كان ختامها المسك فالمسك أنت يا دكتور كريم. دكتور
طيب
معنا؟
نعم.
إذا لو سمحت تفضل، لكن أعطي قبل كلمتك قدم الدكتور كريم عايش ليلقي أول كلمة في الجلسة الختامية لو تكرمت. تفضل دكتور عبد الرؤوف.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسل الله أجمعين، والشكر لله من قبل ومن بعد الذي منحنا العقل ليميزنا عن بقية مخلوقاته، عن باقي مخلوقاته، فحملنا أمانة العلم والعقل والتفكير لنسير في الأرض فننظر كيف بدأ الخلق. قبل أن نبدأ في الجلسة الختامية أو مع بداية الجلسة الختامية، أعطي الكلمة الآن للدكتور كريم عايش كونه نائب
بصفته نائب رئيس المركز
الديمقراطي العربي. فليتفضل مشكورا. تفضل دكتور كريم.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. أنا أعتذر عن أخذ الكلمة قبلكم قبل قليل، ولكن الاندفاع والحماس بوجودكم جميعا في هذه الجلسة والمؤتمر والنقاش المستفيض الدائم، صرنا كأننا يعني نجلس مع بعض في إطار حوار يعني نتبادل من خلاله الأفكار. وانتقلنا إلى مسألة أننا نناقش بكل حرية وبكل أريحية. فانتقلنا من المؤتمر إلى جلسة موسعة في إطار أكاديمي راق جدا. أغلق هذا القوس وأشكركم سيد الرئيس. هو في الحقيقة كان مؤتمرا جدا متميز بنقل مباشر على صفحة المركز الديمقراطي العربي، وأيضا على القنوات التلفزية الليبية، وعلى قناة الجامعة، وأيضا على بعض القنوات الخاصة. ولا يفوتني إلا أن أشكركم جميعا على حسن تنظيمكم ومداخلاتكم القيمة، والتي استفاد منها الكثير من المتتبعين رغم بعد مجالات عملهم. لكن أجواء كورونا والثورة الرقمية التي عرفها العالم مع حلول هذه الجائحة حتمت على الجميع الانتقال إلى كل ما هو رقمي، من التعليم إلى متابعة جديد الأخبار اليومية. ولذلك إذا كان التعليم محور تنمية المجتمعات وتطورها ورقيها، فأدواته وجودتها من الأساسيات الضرورية التي تترك شعلة هذا التعليم متيقظة وتخلي مساحات واسعة من أجل الإبداع والابتكار في ميدان التلقين والتدريس، وأيضا الإبداع الرقمي الأدبي بمختلف أنواعه. لأنه صار اليوم استعمال الكتب المصورة، استعمال القصص المصورة، استعمال الكلمات والنصوص المسموعة أكثر من ذي قبل، لأنه قبل ذلك كان الناس يتابعون الأفلام، يتابعون المسلسلات والموسيقى وما إلى ذلك من الأدوات السمعية البصرية، وكان استعمال الأدوات التعليمية قليل. والآن مع هذه الجائحة صار جنوح الأكاديميين والدارسين نحو الأدوات الرقمية جنوحا كبيرا. مؤتمرنا هذا، وأهنئكم جميعا، فقد كنت خلف الكواليس التقنية رفقة الدكتور صهيب، نعمل من أجل أن تمر الأجواء في جو تقني حسن وجيد، وأيضا لكي نسجل في مدونة التاريخ الأكاديمي هذه المشاركة العلمية والأكاديمية المتميزة، ونجعلها نبراسا ومرجعا للباحثين والدارسين حتى يتمكنوا من الاستفادة والسير قدما في هذا المجال. وإذ سمعت كلمة الأستاذ قبل قليل حول ما يحدث بالقدس وهو ما زال يحدث الآن في البلدة، في الأحياء القديمة للقدس، بعد وجود مسيرات استفزازية واعتقالات للأطفال والمناضلين وأمور يندى لها الجبين وتدمي القلب في هذه الأثناء. وإذ كمحللين سياسيين يعني أكاديميين نقول أنها رقصة المذبوح نتنياهو، فهو في آخر عمره السياسي وينتظره قفص الاتهام لكي يحكم بتهمه الثلاثة، فهو يحاول ربح الوقت وخلق الفوضى لخلط الأوراق. هذه أمور يدركها كل متتبع لشأن الشرق الأوسط، وأنتم أول من يعرف هذه الأمور. وندعو لكم ونتمنى أن تبقوا في صحة جيدة وتحافظوا على أنفسكم وتستمروا في أداء الرسالة العلمية والأكاديمية، فالنضال في فلسطين يستمر أيضا بالقلم، بالعلم، بالمؤتمرات، بالحضور وبالمشاركة الفعالة لكي يتم نقل الصوت والحقيقة والعلم والتأكيد على أن حق الأرض حق ثابت لا يتزعزع. وإذ نترحم على الشهداء، أحييكم جميعا وأشكركم نيابة عن الأستاذ عمار شرعان رئيس المركز الديمقراطي العربي، واعذروني عن الإطالة، فمشاعري بوجودكم وبنجاح المؤتمر معكم أكبر بكثير من مجرد كلمات بسيطة أقدمها لكم. تفضل سيد الرئيس.
أشكرك دكتور كريم على هذه الكلمة الدافئة الطيبة، ويعني هذا يعني الانتماء الأصيل لهذه الأمة العربية بأبعادها ومن محيطها إلى خليجها، وهو شعور يحسه الجميع يعني بغض النظر عن الموقع الجغرافي، الأماكن، السكن، الإقامة، ولكن ما يجمعنا نحن أكثر بكثير مما يفرقنا. ربما يعني السياسة لها دور بارز، ولكن نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى أن الأديان السماوية مجتمعة كاملة في هذه الأرض العربية المباركة، ولكن اللغة واحدة والأخلاق واحدة تجمع الجميع، والشعور تقريبا موحد، والانتماء إن شاء الله موحد. أشكرك جزيل الشكر. ويعني يطيب لي أنا في نهاية هذا المؤتمر بصفتي رئيس اللجنة التحضيرية أن أشكر جميع من شارك في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر، من رئاسة المؤتمر المركز الديمقراطي العربي وبممثله الدكتور كريم عايش، وبرئيس المؤتمر ورئيس اللجنة العلمية الدكتور يوسف عمرو، وأعضاء اللجنتين العلمية والتحضيرية، ومنسق اللجنة العلمية الدكتور ماجد حسنين وفريقه العامل. يعني لا أريد أن أذكر الأسماء حتى لا يعني أقع في حرج مع من لم أذكره، فالشكر موصول لجميع من أسهم في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر من قريب أو من بعيد، ومن كان في خلف الكواليس الدكتور صهيب والدكتور كريم ورئيس المركز الديمقراطي العربي. وما كان لهذا المؤتمر أن ينجح لولا جهود جميع العاملين والمشاركين بأوراق علمية قيمة من شتى أنحاء العالم، وبمساهمة أو بإسهام الجامعات المشاركة: مصطفى اسطنبولي بالجزائر، منوبة من تونس، بنغازي طرابلس من ليبيا، القدس المفتوحة من فلسطين، الموصل من العراق. كل هذه الجامعات بطواقمها العاملة أسهمت في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر، وبخاصة الأساتذة الكرام أصحاب الأوراق العلمية القيمة. وهناك فريق خلف الكواليس يعني أسهم بشكل كبير جدا في عملية التنسيق ورئاسة اللجان العلمية. وأنا كنت قد نوهت سابقا في جلسات سابقة وداخلية ما بين أعضاء اللجنة التحضيرية والعلمية أننا لا نريد ولو خطأ واحد في الألف، والحمد لله يعني الأخطاء كانت يعني بسيطة جدا لا تكاد تذكر، وهي مسائل ربما فنية، ربما مسائل تقنية في الاتصال، ولكن بحمد الله وشكره كان المؤتمر بكل المقاييس والمتابعين. كما علمت أنه يعني تابع المؤتمر أكثر من 40,000 متابع عبر الوسائل الاتصال والإعلام وغير ذلك. هذا ما أفادني به الدكتور ماجد، وإن شاء الله يعني ستكون التجارب متواصلة مع الجامعات العربية، والتنسيق والتعاون قائم ما بين الجامعات وما بين العاملين فيه. أتمنى أن لا أكون قد أخطأت بحق أحد ولم آتي على ذكر أحد، ولكن أنا أعتبر أن هذه الكلمة هي كلمة أصالة عن جامعة القدس المفتوحة برئيسها الأستاذ الدكتور يونس عمرو، أنقل تحياتي، وبالأستاذ الدكتور النجدي الذي كان بوده أن يحضر لولا أنه يجهز للسفر إلى الولايات المتحدة مع الجامعات الشريكة مع جامعة القدس المفتوحة في برامج علمية. ويعني مسألة التجهيزات للسفر ربما للسفر وكذا تأخذ منه، فلذلك أنا أصالة عنهم ونيابة عن كل العاملين في جامعة القدس المفتوحة أشكر لكم هذا اللقاء الطيب وهذا المؤتمر الناجح بكل أبعاده ومقاييسه ومشاركه. لا أريد أن أطيل، سأعطي الآن الكلمة يعني بإجماع الحاضرين بأن الأستاذة الدكتورة وسام الشوا يعني ستلقي كلمة توصيات المؤتمر، وهي يعني من وجوه طيبة وتكفي ابتسامتها التي كانت يعني تضيع أحيانا بعض الرتابة والملل في أنفسنا، فنشكر لها يعني مسبقا المشاركة الطيبة في قراءة لجان أو قراءة توصيات المؤتمر وملخصات الأوراق العلمية التي وصلتها. تتفضل الدكتورة وسام بإلقاء توصيات المؤتمر.
Thank you very much. Dear respected professors and researchers, after these 4 days of intense and very productive work, the scientific comedy wishes to sum up what has been learned and what was proposed in the conference in order to achieve better understanding for all the different subjects related to English language learning and teaching. The conference set out to provide the scientific basis and experiences on teaching and learning English language translation and literature in the post-pandemic coronavirus atmosphere in the world. As you know, the conference was organized by the Democratic Arab Center in Berlin, Germany, in collaboration with Al-Quds Open University, Palestine, the University of Benghazi, Libya, the University of Mosul, Iraq, Mustapha Stambouli University, Algeria, Manouba University, Tunisia. The involvement of such distinguished universities, researchers, experts was essential for the success of this conference. The researchers all over the world found this conference as a platform for sharing experiences regarding teaching English language, translation, and literature during the pandemic of coronavirus. The conference was a good chance for researchers, linguists, grammarians, semanticists, and pragmatics who interested in exploring and discussing communicative practices within and across languages to exchange their ideas where they shed light on various issues in the fields of teaching and learning English, translation, and literature. The following conclusions and recommendations that emerged from the conference constitute a challenge for all those concerned with teaching and learning English language during the pandemic coronavirus. The recommendations are: agreement among universities should be performed regarding the educational programs to use. Universities should subscribe in paid programs and should provide libraries with a free internet. Universities should provide network-based teaching environments. Teachers and course designers should vary their activities and teaching techniques to match the students' expectations and to match the advancement of the era. Students' learning styles and the technologies the students' experience should match and complement each other. Students are advised to make use of the technology tools in their hands to practice and enhance their listening skills and writing skills, which will definitely increase their interaction with the communities around them. Teachers should cope with innovation in education and vary their teaching practices through integrating modern technologies in their teaching methods as facilitators for both the students and for teachers themselves. The teaching staff and faculty members should be subjected to training courses to assure the capability to cope with the new educational moods and models. Universities should equip their staff with the required training and methodology of using virtual classrooms in teaching language skills. Also, universities should consider using technology and recorded classes even after COVID-19 to match the socio-technological needs facing our communities, encouraging students to be engaged in e-learning process through constructive interaction between the lecturer and the students, building a new educational culture that goes smoothly with the new educational model by subjecting the teaching staff to training courses related to the level of content and best presentations and educational practices, creating advanced and free digital platforms to facilitate the mobility of students and researchers and organizing scientific events and workshops during the period of a crisis and even after, revising the strategy of online exams with more concentration on analytic and research questions to assure minimum cheating when having e-exams, considering making the necessary amendments in curricula to suit and cope with learning English courses online. Other communications are using a learning by teaching approach in which learners create explanatory videos using animated slideshows accompanied by audio recordings, ensuring the teaching a practice of flexibility by avoiding the dictum of teaching in a one-size-fits-all framework in terms of content, practice, activities, assessment methods, interaction, etc. Organizing regular CPDs to enhance the teacher's online teaching performance. Mind mapping teaching intensely develops the mastery of vocabulary and enhances in creating new ideas and mastering English language. Mind map teaching assists learners to store large amounts of information efficiently. Providing effective e-feedback in English language virtual classes required for educators being familiar with its qualities in order to gain the desirable results from the teaching and learning process. The teachers should increase their awareness of giving online feedback. Therefore, effective e-feedback contributes to motivate and inspire the students. Consequently, it could boost the students' learning productions and actively participate in the online learning environment. In service, training should be conducted as part of institutional or organizational activities designed by the Ministry of Education for their educational staff development. The ministry, along with its Center for Training and Education Development, should extend well-planned in-service educational programs with clearly defined objectives, growth and improvement of instruction, collaborations with Open University, and as an example, Al-Quds Open University is needing for its experience in e-learning. That's all, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be with such distinguished professors and lecturers and researchers from all over the world. And I hope all the luck and success for everybody here and for your institutions and universities. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة وسام على هذا الملخص الطيب من قطاع غزة، وأشكر زميلها طبعا الذي كان له إسهام بارز وواضح الدكتور جابر أبو شاويش مدير فرع جامعة القدس مفتوحة في خان يونس، إضافة إلى ترأسه بعض اللجان. طبعا أنا الأسماء لا أذكرها، سأترك المجال للدكتور ماجد عندما يبقي كلمته، ولشكر أعضاء اللجنة العلمية كاملة. وبدورنا يعني بشكل عام المؤتمر كان بكل المقاييس ناجح، وهذه التوصيات التي وصل إليها المؤتمر هي بحد ذاتها نتائج قيمة ومميزة. أترك الآن المجال لرئيس المؤتمر الدكتور يوسف عمر لإلقاء كلمة ختام المؤتمر، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بارك الله فيك أخي الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف، وبارك الله في كل من ساهم في هذا العمل العلمي الأكاديمي الرائع الذي كما قلت يا أخي عبد الرؤوف كان يخلو من الأخطاء. حقيقة احنا عندما حتى المؤتمرات اللي هو الفيس تو فيس ويحدث فيه أخطاء، ما بالك مؤتمر عالمي ضم هذا الحشد من Shall I talk in English because Jessica is here, so I might transfer my speech. Jessica,
don't change what you're doing for me.
Yeah, I'll give you a speech, Jessica, after me. Yes, just really, I wanted to. So we are so grateful for this gathering. You know, it's online. It's the first experience for us to do such an international conference. For me personally, I used to, as you know, I chaired several conferences face to face, and of course, you participated with me in the previous conference that was in Beida, and the other one that's in Jalub. But this great actually experience, I like it very much. I was afraid in the fact from the first time because it's so hard to get or to gather all about maybe 10 or 12 universities and research centers, and within all Arab country regions. So I thought it was hard, but in fact, when we started discussion, when I saw the committees, actually, I got very restful, because I find that we have actually great people. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate those who are on the site. I appreciate those who are behind the sites. I wanted to mention namely specifically those who are behind the sites, because Dr. Karim Aish and Dr. Suhaib, in fact, they did a lot of great jobs in conducting this. As you know, almost, I guess that more than 200 people watched us during the 3 days. If we see that 40,000, more than 40,000 every day. So the total maybe more than 200 people actually were watching.
200,000, Dr. Yusuf.
200,000, yes.
Not
so
200,000.
200,000, more than 200,000 were watching it. Wherever I go, I find people say that you watched the conference everywhere. In fact, I'm fully proud of you, and this is, I promise, there will be another one, inshallah, before the ending of this year, inshallah ta'ala. And Jessica, we appreciate your sympathy with us. We appreciate your contribution. Dr. Majid, if you allow me just to give Jessica several minutes to talk about her experience with us. I really appreciate it.
But don't think I will not also give her some words.
That's good, yes, Jessica.
Carry on.
So what I would really like to say is, after experiencing this conference, I was thrilled to be a part of it, because, you know, when I gave my talk, I talked about how the coronavirus really helped us understand that what happens all over the world matters to us. Something that happened in China affected the daily life of all of us. And what I see is that due to all these technologies that you're talking about as well, our world is shrinking at some level, and our former ways of everybody fighting each other is such an awful waste of time. And this group is standing for unity, standing for bringing together some of the most intelligent, competent leaders of each of your countries. And there is an amazing beauty about that, especially when we're experiencing what's happening in Israel, Palestine, Gaza. That is so hard for all of you living that life right now. And instead, to have more of these conferences where people are reaching out saying, we have so much to offer each other, that I just am really proud to be part of something that is unifying for the world. And it's based deeply in people saying, I care about students learning. And we're doing all these research papers because we care about really getting our message across. And so I think it's an amazing and wonderful thing, and I would be honored to speak anytime I was invited. Thank you so much.
Will do. I invite you whenever I have a conference, you will be a part of this, of course.
Thank you.
Barakallah. Dr. Majid. دكتور ماجد.
نعم تفضل معك
دكتور ماجد. يا ريت عندنا احنا حقيقه قامات كبيره جدا، عندنا الدكتور بروفيسور محسن حامري والدكتور صهيب والدكتور فؤاد والدكتور جهاد والدكتور احمد ماهر ويا ريت والدكتوره فاطمه والدكتوره اسيا والدكتور هشام. يا ريت نعطوهم، احنا مثلا عندنا وقت، الدكتوره نشأت والدكتور خالد والدكتور بسيم والدكتور نجيب والدكتورة عايدة والدكتورة أمل والدكتور كريم ونائل ومنصور. يا ريت نعطوهم حتى أمانة تكي شوية مثلا عندنا تايم. يا ريت إذا كان اقتراح تقريبا.
بعرفش يعني احنا عندنا ماني يعني بصراحه كلهم قامات علميه كبيره.
نشوف الدكتور محسن هامل بدقيقه فقط.
يعني اوكي، احنا بنتمنى اقتراح الدكتور يوسف كتعبير عن احترامنا الكبير لكم، لكن ممكن في عجاله نعطي دقيقه للضيوف في قبل الجلسه الختاميه، في دقيقه دقيقة هيك عابرة قبل اختتام المؤتمر لو سمحتم.
لا بأس، يعني ممكن تبدأوا.
يلا دكتور، يلا وافقنا يلا
شكرا. ثانك يو
دكتور يوسف، مبادرتك طيبة، ينم عن اصلك الطيب. ودكتور عبد الرؤوف شكرا للموافقة. يعني زملاء القامات كلكم قامات كبيرة وكلكم محترمون وكلكم يعني في عجال. لو في
دقيقة كويسة
أن يضفي أو يضيف كلمتين أو جملة قبل اختتام المؤتمر، يا أهلا وسهلا بكم. تفضل.
أنا من جهتي كان لي الشرف حقيقة التعرف على جملة من الأساتذة كبار من الدول العربية. بعض من الأساتذة، أنا درست في ليبيا طبعا مدة 7 و8 سنوات. بعض الليبيين أعرفهم، يعني فيهم طلبتي وزملاء من كلية الآداب بطرابلس وكلية اللغات بطرابلس وأكاديمية جنزور اللي درست فيها 3 سنوات. والله إن شاء الله تتعاود التجربة. أنا نعرف الدكتور يوسف هو نشط جدا و I hate him for this يعني بكل صراحة. يعني يعطيك الصحة، والله يعطيك الصحة.
الله
شبابي يعني ما شاء الله عليك.
الله يسلمك.
يعني
نفتخر بك يا برو.
يعطيك الصحة. احنا اشتغلنا مع بعض ونعرفوا نشط. يعني انت بتعرفوا زملائها في المركز الديمقراطي، يعني نشط جدا وما شاء الله عليه ما شاء الله عليه. وهذه الفرصة هو فرهان. يعني على الأقل أنا شخصيا عرفت عدد من الزملاء ما شاء الله الأساتذة من بقية الدول العربية يعني. وأنا متأكد لو كتب لنا العيش باش نلتقي مرة أخرى سيكون العدد أكبر. سيكون عدد أكبر إن شاء الله يعني. وشكرا.
السلام عليكم.
السلام الله.
في البداية أنا أشكر الجميع الأخوة القائمين على هذا العمل الرائع، هذا العمل الذي ينم على أننا جميعا نسعى إلى التطور، وأننا جميعا نسعى إلى أن نصل إلى مكانة عليا بعلمنا وبثقافتنا، وأن العالم كله the whole world, whether it is in the east or in the west, we are humanity, we are human beings first and foremost, and therefore we can unite to fight the pandemic. We can unite to build our communities, and we can unite to strengthen our relationships. The hatred and the killing all over the world will not lead to anything except disaster. The only thing and the only way that we can be good examples to our children is to unite ourselves and to build our countries and to build our relationships. في هذا لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر الدكتور يوسف عمر والدكتور عبد الرؤوف خريوش والأخوة ماجد من أراه على الشاشة أو من هم في الخلف، من حضروا ومن لم يحضر في هذه اللقاء. حتى Jessica was extremely kind to present to us, and other people from Korea, other people from Japan and India. I would never forget our friends from India as well. So thank you all for your hard work, and inshallah next time we will do even a better conference, even a stronger conference with more participation, and hopefully we'll be face to face and we'll see other and hug each other and feel that we really are one human being, all of us. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Yes. Dr. Yusuf, may I say something?
Yeah, please. دكتور جهاد.
تفضل دكتور جهاد.
دكتور جهاد, you are muted, Dr. Jihad. Dr. Jihad.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, thank you for giving us such a chance to be with international scientists from all over the world. I think as educators and teachers, we do our best to overcome all the obstacles that we face. But frankly speaking, we need cooperation from the leaders, from the officials. One declaration from a president can change more. So alone, we can't do or reach what we hope. So collaboration should be in all levels, international organizations, UN, UNESCO, UNICEF, and the presidents of countries in order to overcome all the obstacles that we face. And official or presidents, leaders have more influence than educators and teachers. So alone on the stage, we can't reach what we aim to get or to achieve. One declaration can change and influence more than our suggestions and recommendations. Thank you.
طيب دكتور ماجد لو سمحت بس كلمة بعد إذنك. يعني أول شيء بدي أشكر هاي النخبة الرائعة. بدي أشكر هاي النخبة الرائعة الموجودين، يعني أول شيء من أقطار عربية عديدة كمان من أقطار عالمية. يعني الحقيقة إنه شيء رائع جدا، شيء رائع جدا إنه نلتقي. يعني كثير إحنا بنعمل مؤتمرات مثلا على مستوى فلسطين وكلنا بنكون من نفس يعني الدولة، بس الحقيقة لما التقينا بناس من ليبيا، ناس من العراق، ناس من هونغ كونغ، ناس من أمريكا ومن أقطار أخرى، شيء رائع جدا حقيقة، وهذا يثلج الصدر والقلب. يعني أنا بدي أشكر كل القائمين على هذا المؤتمر. I'd like to thank Dr. Abdurraouf Khrewish, Dr. Majid Hassanin. I'd like to thank Dr. Yusuf Omar. طبعا Dr. Yusuf Omar, by the way, you have simple character but an influential. You have really a commanding presence. I like your presentation so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I'd like to thank every participant in this conference. It's been thrilling to every one of us because it has unified so many people from different parts of the world. Thanks a lot. And I hope that we will have other conferences like this one, where we have people from different countries and international countries. Thanks a lot for everyone.
Inshallah.
Okay, may I have the mic, Dr. Majid, Dr. Yusuf, just for a minute.
Of course, yes.
Okay. الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الذي اصطفى. Actually, I'm very, very glad to join this group of intellectuals and scholars from all over the world. Actually, I do love it, and I do love, that we come one day, actually not virtually, and what I hope is this work will be, let us say, the cornerstone for the Arab unity, the real Arab unity, not only on the level of conferences, but the real unity, inshallah. I did have a suggestion regarding the conference. Why not sharing the recommendations so that every recommendation can make, a research or more than one research by itself, or can be a base for other research. So we can make use of those recommendations for other research and for other, work. Thank you very much, and I'm glad always to be with you, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
مساء الخير. مساء الخير.
مساء الخير. مساء الخير.
ممكن احكي مداخله
تفضل
صغيره؟
تفضل دكتور.
الله يعطيكم العافيه، يعني بكل المقاييس زي ما تفضل الاستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف والدكتور يوسف والدكتور ماجد. يعني هذا المؤتمر بكل مقاييسه وبكل حدوده كان ناجح جدا برغم الصعوبات اللي كانت في البدايه، ولكن الحمد لله تكلل بالنجاح. اشتمل على امور هامه وعديده جدا كان لها دور اساسي في البحث العلمي، وتحديدا انه هذا المؤتمر كسر كل الحدود وكسر كل القوانين العالميه في التواصل، واتاح الفرصه لبناء جسر من العلاقات الطيبه مع زملائنا في كثير من الدول العالميه والتعرف عليها. احنا بس انا بدي اشكر الدكتور صهيب شاهين اللي هو الشخص اللي كان له الفضل في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر وإشراك جامعة القدس المفتوحة بشكل خاص، وبنشكره هو والدكتور يوسف على تعاونهم ويعني كرمهم منذ البداية بإتاحة المجال لتمثيل الجامعة في العديد من مهام هذا المؤتمر وجلساته وتنظيمه. نتمنى إن شاء الله في المستقبل القريب كجامعة القدس مفتوحة ككلية آداب كقسم لغة إنجليزية أن يتم تنظيم العديد من النشاطات الأكاديمية من خلال ندوات، مؤتمرات، ورش عمل، أو بناء أبحاث مشتركة مع زملائنا من الجامعات الشريكة مستقبلا، وأن يكون هناك مؤتمر سنوي مشترك يتم تنظيمه بالتعاون مع كل الجامعات. وأكيد إن شاء الله في المرات القادمة راح يكون الأمور بشكل أفضل لحكم هاي التجربة الأولى ممكن ننعقد فيها مؤتمر إلكتروني من خلال تقنية الزوم، وإن شاء الله إنه راح يكون في لنا فرص عديدة للتواصل معكم. أكرر شكري وامتناني لجميع المشاركين. Special thanks to Dr. Jessica. He has a good participation and she attended most of the sessions, and we hope that she can keep in touch with us here with the Al-Quds Open University faculty members to organize something in the near future for her to make a symposium or a discussion to arrange something related to our students or faculty members. Thank you again and wish you all the best. Thank you.
أي واحد آخر تفضلوا. دكتور أحمد ماهر تفضل دكتور أحمد.
Okay everybody. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
سلام.
في البداية أشكركم جميعا على
صوتك يا دكتور أحمد، صوتك.
جميعا على هذا المؤتمر اللي كان ناجح في كل المقاييس.
صوت دكتور أحمد مش واضح. صوتك مش واضح دكتور أحمد.
الآن؟
الصوت كويس.
هيك تمام.
اوكي. معناها مش هطول، هتكون الكلمه بتاعتي يعني قصيره جدا. الف شكر للسيد رئيس المؤتمر صديقي العزيز دكتور يوسف صغواني، اللجنه العلميه, the scientific committee, the steering committee. Thanks Dr. Jessica for being with us. I was really honored to be part of this conference, and I hope to have you, all of you, in the coming conference, inshallah. Thanks everyone.
شكرا.
مساء الخير دكتور يوسف.
دكتورنا ما شاء الله صهيب. تفضل دكتور صهيب.
مساء
الخيرات يا دكتور صهيب. يا اهلا وسهلا بك. بدنا نشوفك يعني بيرسونال، بدنا نشوف الصوره وانت بتحكي.
انا موجود. كنتم معنا على تواصل دائم، استمرار، اجتماعات متتاليه، نتائج اول باول، فيعني كان وجودكم رائع جدا. كذلك باسمي وباسم كل العاملين في المركز الديمقراطي العربي في برلين نتقدم بجزيل الشكر لزميلنا وصديقنا الدكتور يوسف على الجهود التي قدمها، كذلك على الجهود المكثفة. بإذن الله وبفضل الله تكللت هذه كلها بالنجاح. أشكر الدكتور ماجد على جهوده الرائعة، كذلك على متابعته الحثيثة. يعني هو أيضا كان العمود، أيضا أقل وصف نقدر نوصف يا دكتور ماجد العمود الفقري للعمل.
نعم.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، يعني كنت حاضر معنا بشكل رائع جدا. أشكر الشركاء كافة، الدكتور بسيم أيضا، وبحب انوه للدكتور بسيم نستعد ايضا لمؤتمر قادم في نهايه الشهر
ان شاء الله
باذن الله، سننتقل للعمل به. شرفنا العمل معكم بشكل يعني رائع جدا وملفت، ويعلم الله ما نتكلم عنكم في غيابكم. فكل الشكر لحضوركم لجميع الزملاء، لجميع الجهات الراعيه لهذا المؤتمر الرائع. كذلك اجدد شكري لاستاذنا الكبير الدكتور يوسف، ولا اريد الاطاله. كذلك حتى لا انسى احد، الاخوه من مصر، الاخوه من تونس، من الجزائر، من جميع الاقطار العربيه. كذلك ارحب بالدكتوره وسام والتي لفت الانتباه الى انقطاع الكهرباء. فانتم النور يا دكتوره وسام، كان الله في عونكم، وان شاء الله الشده وتزول. وشكرا للجميع.
شكرا دكتور.
ها دكتور يوسف، نتوكل على الله.
إذا كان ما فيش حد بيلقي كلمة توكل على الله خلاص.
نتوكل على الله.
وانجوينج ذا سيشن والله.
يا إخوان، هل يوجد أي من الموجودين معنا يريد أن يشرفنا بإدلاء بكلمة أو مداخلة أو أي شيء قبل ما
أنا من شانكم بطلع يا دكتور ماجد، من شانكم.
تفضل يا دكتور.
ختامها مسك إن شاء الله.
تفضل يا دكتور.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم
وعليكم السلام.
ألف عافية.
دكتور ماجد، دكتور يوسف، كل الزملاء. هلا بالنسبه للارسال الابحاث
للنشر، دكتوره يا دكتور خالد، بس خلي
دكتور خالد تكمل الدكتوره بعدها تدخل.
ثواني لو سمحت، رح نسمعك على راس. تفضل يا دكتوره امل. دكتوره امل وراها في خلفيه الشباك اللي وراها قبه الصخره، ما بنقدر نقطع عليها، هي في القدس.
تفضل يا دكتوره امل.
ان شاء الله المؤتمر القادم في القدس الشريف ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله يا رب.
اجمل عبارات الشكر والتقدير والثناء لكم جميعا، الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف، الدكتور يوسف عمر، الدكتور كريم، دكتور ماجد، زملائي في الجامعة وفي الجامعات الأخرى، الجميع اللي اشتغلوا خلف الكواليس. كلنا يعني ما شاء الله يعني كلنا سعينا إنه لإنجاح هذا المؤتمر. خليني أحول على الإنجليش. يعني I'm very impressed and inspired actually by this conference. If there is one positive point for the pandemic, is that it gathers all of us here. So thanks to coronavirus. So I'm very grateful. In the end, I'm very grateful to everybody's efforts in achieving the goal of this conference. Thank you all. Wassalamu alaikum.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
دكتور ماجد، الأستاذ نجيب رافع إيده.
تفضل يا دكتور منذر، تفضل.
الأستاذ نجيب رافع إيده بده يحكي في الأستاذ نجيب.
مين؟
تفضل أستاذ نجيب.
تفضل.
السلام عليكم. Just a quick appreciation word. I don't want to sound a bit repetitive. Thank you very much indeed for all the massive efforts. It's just what's a great honor to have you here and to meet you and to learn from you. And I generally believe that we deliver a message which is whether Palestine or Libya has more than war stories to offer. And I do believe that the best is yet to come. Al-Qadim Afdal inshallah bidnillah. And I would sincerely I don't have enough words to express my appreciation for everyone who paid a great efforts to make this a wonderful, fantastic conference to come to life. And I do believe that it's just only the start. And I can't wait to work collaboratively with you. And once again, I would like to thank Dr. Yusuf and everyone. And I can't wait to hear good news from you and to learn from you and to exchange ideas and everything. So that's it. And thank you very much indeed for everything. Thanks.
Thank you sir.
دكتور ماجد احكي ممكن؟
تفضل دكتور خالد.
نعم، هي بس استفسار من دكتور يوسف او من الزملاء في في المركز العربي الديمقراطي.
نعم.
لانه احنا كنا عارفين انه راح يكون في نشر في كتاب
نعم. نعم.
او الابحاث بعد تحكيمها اكيد طبعا.
نعم بالتأكيد.
لا الفكره دكتور يوسف وكل الزملاء، يعني اذا كان في مجال انه يكون مثلا يعني كتاب، او خلينا نحكي يمكن يكون احسن من كتاب، عفوا، يكون سبيشال ايشيو لمجله عالميه مرموقه تحت دار نشر عالميه، هيك بنضمن انه يكون يعني انتشاره واسع جدا. الابحاث اللي تحكمت بطريقه ممتازه جدا وترقى الى يعني مكانه مرموقه عالميا، فهيك جرت بتصير. نعم.
دكتور خالد، طبعا انا نحكي عن نفسي. أنا طبعا كنت Jessica knows that I was the managing editor of the Artifacts Journal at the University of Columbia, and I'm the editor of 10 international journals. But I prefer the book that to be published under the German library, because this is the second largest library in the world after the Library of Washington. So this is the highest ranking publication if we wanted to publish. If you want to publish in another journal, so as I said that we can have another special issue for all papers, because I know that I'm the editor of maybe 10 international journals. I was the managing editor of some journals. So it's up to you whether you like to be, as I said, special issues in journals, or to be in a book to be published in the German library. This is the second largest library in the world. It's up to you.
طيب شكرا. باقي حد يتكلم يا إخوان ولا؟ طيب
أعتقد الدكتور ماجد يختتم. نعم أعتقد.
طيب دكتور ماجد الآن، دكتور ماجد حسنين.
نعم دكتور. نعم.
الآن سأعطيك لإعطاء الكلمة الختامية، وأتمنى عليك يعني هي لا تأخذ أكثر من دقيقتين ثلاث لذكر أسماء اللجنتين العلمية والتحضيرية. هي أمامي ولكن ربما هي في ذهنك أكثر، حتى يعطى كل إنسان حقه. ويعني بشكل عام الشكر طبعا للجميع ولكل المشاركين ومقدمين الأوراق العلمية. الآن نعطيك حتى تعطي كلمة الختامية للمؤتمر بمجمل كونك منسق للجنة العلمية التي يرأسها الدكتور يوسف عمرو. تفضل دكتور ماجد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. قال جل وعلا: يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات. وقال أيضا: وقل اعملوا فسيرى الله عملكم ورسوله والمؤمنون. صدق الله العظيم. الأخ الحبيب الأستاذ الدكتور يوسف عمرو رئيس المؤتمر، الأخ الحبيب الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف خريوش عميد كلية الآداب بجامعة القدس المفتوحة، الزملاء الأفاضل في جامعة القدس المفتوحة في اللجنة العلمية والتحضيرية، الزملاء في اللجنتين العلمية والتحضيرية في جميع الجامعات، الحضور الكريم، كل من شاركنا في هذا المؤتمر، الأخ الحبيب الدكتور صهيب شاهين، الأخ الحبيب الدكتور كريم عايش نائب رئيس المركز الديمقراطي العربي في هذا المساء الجميل، ومن فلسطين، من القدس أرض السماوات، أرض الديانات السماوية الثلاث، ومعراج الحبيب محمد، وبلد عيسى المسيح. أرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب، وإن شاء الله سأحاول أن أوجز في الكلمة الختامية للمؤتمر منعقد في الفترة ما بين 6 إلى 9/6/2021، حيث كان هذا المؤتمر بعنوان الحقائق والوقائع والتحديات وطرق العلاج في التعامل مع تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية والترجمة والأدب في ظل جائحة كورونا. حقيقة لا يسعني إلا أن أقدم الشكر الجزيل للجامعات الشريكة، بالإضافة إلى الجامعة الرائدة، جامعة فلسطين الأولى، جامعة القدس المفتوحة، جامعة منظمة التحرير، جامعة الشهداء والأسرى والمعتقلين، والحاضنة الرئيسية والرئيسة للهم الفلسطيني الكامل. الشكر لجامعة بنغازي في ليبيا، والشكر لجامعة الموصل في العراق، والشكر إلى جامعة مصطفى اسطنبولي في الجزائر، والشكر إلى منوبة جامعة منوبة في تونس، والشكر إلى جامعة طرابلس في ليبيا، وكل الشركاء الذين ساهموا في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. لا يسعني، وكما أكد الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف خريوش عميد كلية الآداب، إلا أن أذكر وفي عجالة الجنود المخفيين والمجهولين ورواد هذا المؤتمر الذين لم يظهروا كثيرا على الكاميرات. هم أولا شكر جزيل للجنة الشرف، بروفيسور عز الدين يونس الدرسي رئيس جامعة بنغازي، بروفيسور يونس عمر هذا الرجل المناضل وهو عضو المجلس الثوري لحركة فتح الذي يصول ويجول في البلاد شرقا وغربا من أجل الحفاظ على جامعة القدس المفتوحة احتياج الوطن، لما لا، فهي وطن في جامعة وجامعة في وطن. وكذلك الدكتور سمير النجدي نائب الرئيس، وكذلك الدكتور محمد مكاوي، وكذلك الدكتور نوارة مسلم، وكذلك الدكتور حازم دنون، وكذلك بروفيسور خرماس مختار، وكذلك بروفيسور عامر زريك. في اللجنة العلمية التي يترأسها الدكتور يوسف رئيس المؤتمر، نقدم له كل الشكر والتقدير على حسن أدائه وحضوره الكريم، وهو أخ عزيز وقد تشرفنا بالتعرف إليه عن قرب في هذا المؤتمر. ناقشنا، تقاتلنا، تشاجرنا، تولنا، ولكننا خرجنا أحباء وأحباء بامتياز إن شاء الله. وليبيا هي حبيبة القلب وهي اللي دعمت.
نحن دكتور ماجد نحن أخوة ونحن رضعنا حب فلسطين في الحليب، والله في الحليب رضعنا حب فلسطين.
أما اللجنة العلمية برئاسة الدكتور يوسف زغناوي عمر، والدكتور محمد العبيدي، وأحلام هلال، ومحسن هاملي، وجابر أبو شويش مع حفظ الألقاب، وعمر الياس، ونادية نصير، ومحمد زغود، ووسام شوة، وحمزة الجديب، وفؤاد نبهان، وأحمد الإمام، ومنذر زيود، وبناية كماري، ونشأة المصري، وكدوري سمية، وأمل النتشي. كلكم دكاترة بروفيسورز أفاضل، نتقدم لكم بجزيل الشكر على ما بذلتموه معنا وعلى حسن إدارتكم وتضحياتكم بوقتكم الثمين، وكذلك سيكل مريم، وكذلك لؤي أبو عيدي، ومنير إسماعيل، وأحمد ماهر. يا أيها الدكاترة الأفاضل نشكركم. أما اللجنة الإعدادية، عبد الرؤوف خريوش الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرؤوف الذي نعتز بحضوره ومساهماته وإدارته للجلسة الافتتاحية، وكذلك نرحب ونحيي بالدكتور محمد شاهين عميد شؤون الطلبة في جامعة القدس المفتوحة الذي يصل الليل والنهار في خدمة طلبتها، الدكتور طارق الترهومي، وميلاد الورفالي، والدكتور صهيب شاهين كل الاحترام، والدكتور والسيدة والآنسة ميرفت دوما، والدكتور بسيم أيوب مساعد عميد كلية الآداب، وكريم عايش الدكتور كريم عايش نائب رئيس المؤتمر العربي الديمقراطي، وصلاح الغالي، وعماد الدكتور عماد المهندس عماد الهودلي. كل الشكر لكم. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the keynote speakers who started the first session in this conference, and started by Professor Dr. Yunus Amr, the president of Al-Quds University, and Dr. Karim Aish, the vice president of the Democratic Center, and Dr. Yusuf Omar, president of the conference. Grateful to Her Excellency Dr. Mabrouka Touga Othman, the Libyan Minister of Culture, who's been with us and who's delivered a very concise, short speech, which is full of meanings that we can learn from here. And of course, I would like to thank Professor Izzeddin Yunus al-Idrisi for his support to our conference, and the president of Al-Mosul University and the president of Tripoli University. We are grateful to you. Thank you so much. Special thanks to the keynote speakers who enriched the conference at the beginning, Professor Jessica Kirofler, and we really appreciate your tears. And thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for feeling with Palestine. Thank you so much for seeing Americans in the 21st century at this time crying for the sake of Palestine, and other supporters, including Professor Kangmun Lim and Professor Stephen Benavides. And we're grateful to Dr. Yusuf Omar for bringing to us in this conference such very nice and reputable guys. And of course, I would like to thank Professor Prakash Kona from the University of IFLU, Hyderabad, India, for his valuable comments and interaction with us. He's a strong supporter for Palestinian cause, and he has written many articles supporting Palestinians. We've been having researchers from all over the world, from Palestine, from Libya, from Iraq, from Mosul, from China, from each and every place in the world. And we have witnessed people watching us from all over the world. I don't have enough time to mention all the researchers, though I wanted to do so, but we have 31 papers, at least 26 to 27 papers have been delivered and discussed, and you all of you have enriched this conference by having this. And I'm grateful to Dr. Wissam Shawa for telling and reading the recommendation of this conference. Thank you so much. في الختام، ولأنها لغة القرآن الكريم ولأنها لغة الحبيب محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم، بسم الله بدأنا وبسم الله نختتم، ونقول لكل الشركاء ونقول لهذا الدكتور كريم عاش الذي يعتمر الكوفية الفلسطينية، والمغترب دكتور صهيب شاهين المقيم على هذا المؤتمر، والدكتور يوسف والجميع الشركاء، وباسم كل الفلسطينيين أن فلسطين 27,000 كيلومتر مربع يحدها من الغرب المتوسط ومن الشرق نهر الأردن ومن الجنوب مصر ومن الشمال ليبيا لبنان وسوريا، وليبيا حبيبة القلب وبغداد حبيبة العين وكل الوطن العربي والجزائر حبيبة القلب، أن هذا الشعب دائما وأبدا سوف يختلق كل الطرق من أجل أن يبقى ومن أجل أن يستمر. I would like to thank you so much for being with us, for supporting us. نشكر لكم حسن وجودكم معنا، ونعدكم بإذن الله أننا سنقيم كل المؤتمرات في القدس الشريف، في ساحة القدس الشريف. وبالمناسبة الحرم الشريف هو ليس المسجد القبلي وليس قبة الصخرة، الحرم الشريف هو كل المساحة التي تحتوي داخل السور، والقدس كلها لفلسطين. وسنربي أولادنا على أن فلسطين كل فلسطين عربية، سنقاتل بالعلم وبالعمل وبالقلم، وهذا الشعب الذي صمد 80 عاما حتى الآن سيصمد، وهذا الشعب عمقه هو فلسطيني الوجه لكن عمقه عربي وعمقه عربي وعمقه عربي. وإن شاء الله سنحتفل سويا كما قال الشهيد القائد الراحل ياسر عرفات بقيام دولة فلسطين وعاصمتها القدس، وسوف يرفع علم فلسطين وعلم لا إله إلا الله شبل فلسطيني وأشبال العرب جميعا في أسوار القدس وفي باحات القدس. وسوف نستمتع وإياك يا دكتور يوسف إن أعطانا الله العمر، والدكتور كريم وجميع الزملاء في القدس الشريف، نتوضأ بمائها الطاهر ونصلي في قبلتها الجميلة في قبة الصخرة وفي المسجد الأقصى. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وأعطي الكلمة للدكتور عبد الرؤوف في كلمتين لإنهاء هذه الاحتفالية. وجزاكم الله كل خير عنا. إذا أخفقنا فالمعذرة وحقكم علينا، وإذا قدمنا شيء فالحمد لله، ذلك التوفيق من الله العلي العليم. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أشكرك على هذه الكلمة الطيبة دكتور ماجد، ويعني نبارك للدكتورة وسام، جاءت الكهرباء الآن، فيعني أنارت الشاشة وهذه تبتسم بابتسامة عريضة. وفي نهاية المطاف يعني الحقيقة لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر الجميع، وأعتذر إذا يعني لم آتي على ذكر أحد، فالدكتور ماجد كفى ووفى، أفصح وأبان، ولذلك يعني هذا المؤتمر كان بارقة أمل وخير للجميع. وأنوه أن للمغرب يعني والمغاربة مكانة يعني بغض النظر عن كل الوطن العربي أحبة وزملاء، لكن أنني تلقيت علومي الأولى في مرحلة الإجازة البكالوريوس في جامعة محمد الخامس كلية الآداب في قسم اللغة العربية من الأساتذة كرام الفاسي فهري ومحمد برادة والطرايسي، ومنهم من هو ميت عليه رحمة الله ومنهم من هو على قيد الحياة. وبالمناسبة محمد برادة نسيب فلسطين، أستاذ دكتور عريق جدا، ويعني جاء إلى فلسطين وزوجته هي سفيرة فلسطين، كانت في جنيف وفي فرنسا، ليلى شهيد. يعني علاقة وطيدة وطيبة وكل الاحترام للجميع. ويعني هذا المؤتمر يعني حقق ما يعني أكثر مما نتوقع، والحمد لله رب العالمين بجهودكم وجهود القائمين والعاملين عليه. ونحن في فلسطين يعني وعاء صغير في وعاء كبير، يعني الوطن العربي نحن يعني نأخذ الدعم المعنوي والعلمي والمادي من الوطن العربي الشقيق، ويعني صمود هذا الشعب هو من هذا الامتداد التاريخي والعميق لهذه الأمة العربية، وإن ضعفت فهي إلى حين، لأن العزيمة في الشباب، ولدينا جيل الحمد لله شجاع وقوي، وأبان ذلك في أبواب الأقصى وفي ساحات الأقصى، فيعني وفي غزة الصمود وفي كل الأماكن الشتات. وهذا يعني الأحداث الأخيرة جمعت الوطن العربي على قلب رجل واحد. وفي نهاية المؤتمر لا يسعني إلا أقول شكرا لكم جميعا كمتحدثين وكلجان وكعاملين، أسهمتم بشكل كبير في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. Thank you all. يعني هذا
دكتور يوسف، دكتور عبد الرؤوف، يعني
الإنجليزية
احنا بدأنا المؤتمر، لأنهي بهذه العبارة في بداية المؤتمر، قلنا الحاجة أم الاختراع، والفلسطينيون أتقنوا فن الحاجة أم الاختراع. وفي وسط المؤتمر قلنا memory is the enemy of disposition، الذاكرة عدو الإحلال. وفي نهاية المؤتمر نقول ربما قالوا أن الكبار يموتون والصغار ينسون، ونحن نقول قد يموت الكبار ولكن الصغار لا ينسون. سيتوارث الفلسطينيون الوجع الفلسطيني لتحويل الألم إلى أمل وإلى حلم ولا أغنية، وستغني بلابل فلسطين في كل مكان قائلة أن هذه الأرض
نتناه على جولدا مائير عندما قالت الكبار يموتون والصغار ينسون، قال الله لا يجبرك، الصغار كصفوت الأبيب. عموما
بارك الله فيكم وشكرا للجميع،
شكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
بارك الله فيكم، ونتلاقوا قريبا إن شاء الله تعالى.
إن شاء الله في لقاءات أخرى نتمنى
يعني حنكون على تواصل على الزوم إن شاء الله المجموعة.
إن شاء الله. شكرا للجميع.
بس ملاحظة صغيرة إذا تكرمتم للدكتور يوسف وللدكتور صهيب بخصوص الأبحاث العلمية المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر، بتمنى أنه يتم التنسيق مع اللجنة العلمية من أجل إنجازها وإخراجها بكتاب المؤتمر وتزويدنا بنسخة منه سواء كان إلكترونية من أجل الحفاظ على مخرجات هذا المؤتمر. شكرا.
يعني اللجنة ستبقى باجتماع، يعني اللجان
احنا ما زلنا في اجتماع. نحن
أكيد.
نعم نحن كلجنة ما زلنا في اجتماعات، ما زال نديروا حتى تكريم. يوم تكريم الدكتور كريم يحددنا زوم، حنديروا يوم تكريم لكل من شارك ونديروا الشهادات، وبارك الله فيهم. الدكتور كريم والدكتور صهيب تكفلوا ان هم حيديروا الشهادات لكل من قال حتى كلمة شكر في حق هذا المؤتمر. بس احنا عندنا اجتماعات كثيرة، حتكون اجتماعاتنا على الزوم. عندنا الصفحة اللي خاصة بينا الواتساب، مش على الزوم. حنتجتمعوا، ممكن ناخذوا اسبوع اسبوعين اخرات، واحنا ما زلنا في مشاورات وما زال الشغل، وحنصفوا حتى في اشياء اخرى مستقبليه ان شاء الله تعالى. ونختمها بحاجه واحده بس يا دكتور، كما قال الشهيد انتم شعب جبارين، واثبتتم الحمد لله انكم جبارين ما شاء الله، ربي يحفظكم. حقيقه عندي يوم انا في التلفزيون وكنت تحكي نقول انا جامعه القدس لم اتوقع حقيقه هذه الهمه وهذا العمل الجبار. اثبتتم شعب جبار وشعب جبارين. ونحن يا دكتور ماجد والله نحن رضعنا حب فلسطين في الحليب. نحن عندما نشأنا أطفال صغار ونحن نحب فلسطين ونحب
الله يكرمك. الله يكرمك يا دكتور.
وعندنا في فلسطين ليس فلسطين
أخجلتنا يا دكتور صهيب، أخجلتنا والله،
والله عندنا راضعيننا في الحليب. نحن أنت لو ترجع تشوف أنت شندار الكاميرا الخفية نتاع اللي جايبين على إسرائيل،
شفتها
ضرب قتل. يعني نحن نحب، ونحن والمغرب والجزائر وتونس ومصر حقيقة نحب فلسطين، رضعينا في الحليب أن نحب فلسطين. هذا عندنا شيء مقدس.
الله يبارك فيكم. هاي دعوة كل حسب إمكانياته لزيارة فلسطين، وإن شاء الله نستطيع الرد لكم الجميل بإذن الله يا دكتور.
إن شاء الله
بإذن الله. بارك الله فيكم.
بارك الله فيكم ومشكورين جدا.
شكرا للجميع. شكرا دكتور عبد الرؤوف.
الدكتور صهيب.
شكرا للجميع.
في أمان الله.
ليلة سعيدة وتصبحوا على الخير.
السلام عليكم. شكرا
للجميع. مع السلامة.
السلام عليكم.
في أمان الله. مع السلامة.